All right, welcome back, folks. It is day 65. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, yesterday we concluded Unit 14. Had a long discussion about other things regarding, I don't know, language learning, education. I won't even say language learning, just learning in general. Perspectives, providing motivation. Some things that I feel are often sidelined when it comes to motivating someone, Sometimes learning, hyper focusing on the metrics and objectivity of what someone is gaining often dehumanizes the discipline and forgo and forget that we are all still human beings with emotional sufficiencies and deficiencies, right? So let's start with our total recall. This is where it's day 3. It's the end of a unit, so I'm gonna attempt to write some kana here. I think this time I'm gonna try to start with the ones that are either in kanji or hirakana. Let's see. Maybe I should save some time and get right to the vocabulary and use English. Let's write a few. And we're off to a terrible start. Oh, that's a little flat, but that's okay. Oh no, it's gonna run into this blue thing, which is not very visible, so we'll go down here. Alright. Hey, Babin. So, Hanabi Taikai, right? Okay. Try to gather all the hirakana / kanji. Oh, Renshu. Okay. Hiragana. When am I learning Mandarin? In a very long time. Japanese will go for at least 6 months. Okay. Kanji. So, benkyo. Oh, misoka. I passed you an XP? Oh. Well, you know, you didn't have the kanji section to bootstrap through, right? You're also trying to get back to homeostasis. That's a very, very clever, flowery word to use. I like it. Coworker really messing me up this morning. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get back to your natural state. I don't often hear you say anything about expressing being a little messed up. You always strike me as someone that's incredibly composed from our interactions. Well, I hope your day goes, you know, settle back down. You seem like a very composed person. So we have Misoka. Are there any others in... I guess we can do this stuff. Oops, I was supposed to not. I was supposed to see one stroke. Okay. Right. Habemono. You try to be. I think it's very noticeable. It's quite evident that you are very composed. And I like being around very homeostatic people, you know? Don't go in and out of extremes all the time. It makes me feel very comforting. It comforts me to know there are very stable people who can like flex in and out, but generally have some emotional stability in their lives. I do run towards people who are emotionally unstable though. Not in the sense of being comforted by them, but more out of concern. Let's see. What else we got? I guess these technically count as kanji, right? These let's see. Oh, that's backwards. It's fine. No one saw anything. No one saw that I did that backwards. No one will tell. No one will ever know. They will never know. Look, they'll never know. This pen doesn't have, you know, it's fine. No one will ever know. We got the pairs, right? So Right. So those are all of our other things. Was there something else that was that isn't a katakana word? We'll try some katakana stuff. I feel like it's generally not as fun. Did I miss? I know I'm missing. Oh, I don't want to draw. Oh, no, I don't want to write them. No. Oh, no, I just remembered what my kanji is for this unit. Oh, okay, we'll write the other one. The other one's fine, though. I'm not running from responsibility. You are running from responsibility. Don't even at me. Okay? Alright, I have to draw this. There's no way you can do it with this, like, really thin, really thickness, but we'll try. I'm like, hold up. Let me lean forward for this. Okay. There we go. That's the best I got. I'm done. Heckin. Heckin freaking kakimasu. No. I think that is still fine compared to drawing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parallel lines. I actually think if they're not parallel, it'd be great. Like if there's like a bunch of pluses everywhere and vertical strokes, that's all great. But you have to like, because there's not enough space on how thick this pen is. So you have to like, you can't draw it into this size or else it becomes one block. It becomes just a a block of text. Heckin kakimasu. Alright, anyways. I still, we'll see. We'll see about those things. But this one is kind of toxic. I really do feel like kakimasu is a bit toxic. This is the most toxic one so far. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh. It actually starts with O. Let's see, we'll place it here. You. Tomatsuri. Is there anything else that is not katakana? I'm digging deep for this one. I'm so much more comfortable with hiragana, even though most of the time I'm looking at katakana recently. I think it's over 50 to 60% of the time I'm looking at katakana when it comes to vocabulary. Oh, no, there's still another one. It's in this cluster. Yeah, something about the way hiragana looks to me, like, or kanji, like, just like the blend of slightly curvy, slightly like, with a few exceptions, obviously, those ones that are very limited. Something about it feels identifiable to me. Even though I'm like, in Duolingo, you spend like almost equally as much time looking at katakana. In fact, I struggle with katakana words far more. Like, it's harder for me to like read the things in conjunction. It's easy to break them though. Like, you know, you can tell when it shifts to katakana and then shifts back to hirakana, so you can break the words apart. But man, it's unexpected. I feel like it's unexpected. We also have right, dance, odorimasu. And we have to make a nod to the phrase masenka, right? To would you like kind of thing. I've seen so many times the use of the tilde, right? The tilde for suggesting something before, so I'm gonna start using that now. I think this is pretty good. This is definitely pretty good. Now, I guess we'll try to do some... Do I want to do some katakana? Yeah, let's do some katakana. Let's do the small ones. Fun song with the word odorimasu. Odori no aiji? Aiji? Interesting. Let me make a note on the side on that. Thank you. Odori no aizu. Sorry, zu. Aizu. Yeah, aizu. Wow, that looks different with the kanji. Holy heck, they really improved on the way the text is being shown. Like the kanji is being shown on search results. Yeah, aizu. That is a su, not a she. It's like the cue to do something, so it's the cue to dance, I see. Alright. Alright, let's do the smaller, and I'm gonna use English for the longer katakana. I'm not here to write all the characters that I already know in katakana. Not dealing with that for the time being. If I can visualize in my head, I'm good enough. So let's do some practice. And now I'm drawing a blank. I'm trying to see if do I have small things. Oh wait, we have still I'm missing stuff. Hold up. Yeah, we still have Gaki. Yeah, I know that's small. I don't know. Well, it's more like 2/3 the size, not half the size. But I'm doing that the lowercase and like the capital and lowercase, uppercase and lowercase deal. Okay. Okay, how about... Okay, I'm done. Paredo. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I can't be bothered. No. Come on, give me something. Oh, wait. Oh no. See, this is why I don't want to do. Sorry. Okay, guitar. Okay. At least I think that is. Oh wait, there's another hiragana. Aiko. Okay, back to katakana. All right, let's do like a slightly longer one. Oh no, wait. How that works? Yeah. No. Why? Why? Okay. Maybe it's... I'm missing something. No, this is Kure. Not here. Kuris. Kuris. This. Kurismus? No. Kurismus? Arismus? Kurismus? Kurisu. Misu. Kurismus. Kurismis. No. Me? E? There's an E somewhere. I don't know. Kurismisu. 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 I'll stick with that. Let's do a really, really long one. I totally regret this one. Oh no! Oh my goodness, Hiragana, why are you in my brain? Oh, Masu. Oh, you're right. Masu. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Masu. Yeah. Masu. So it's not Misu. Masu. Okay. Masu. Cool. Okay. Oops. Oh, I missed here. Whole mu. Oh no, I don't even need this. It's not mu. On mu ni ti. Oh, there might be a hold here. Community. Community. No. Maybe I don't need a hold. Community center. Yeah, that's okay. I think this is close enough. Oh, which by the way, I was looking it up. I think Duo. I could have sworn Duo placed a hold after T, but it's usually not spelled with a hold. But I would have to double check. I would have to go back to a practice lesson. Like it was the problem I was having was like community, like T center. I don't think this is supposed to be there, but I could be I could be misremembering things. But I feel like they put a hold on this down after T. So T Santa, as opposed, and then I looked elsewhere because I need to remind myself, and it doesn't have that. But I suppose in English you can hold letters, hold vowel sounds, however, so it can go kind of back and forth in my opinion. Let's try one more, and then we're not writing any more katakana. All right, we'll do a large one. I have the choice between two: count down, or illumination. We'll do illumination. Okay. Illumination. Okay. Illumination. We can do more. Every time I keep thinking I'm okay, I don't want to write anymore. I kind of feel like writing. I enjoy writing something that isn't the Roman alphabet. I'm not doing countdown though. I'm sure there's something else I can use. There's so many of them. Let's go here. Oh, right. Did I write that already? No, I didn't. Okay. Wait. Oh. Yano, right? Yano. Any other smaller words? Shorter words? We're not writing performance. No performance. Like performance. Alright, we might as well write them down though. Countdown. Performance. Oh, we can do this one though. Yeah. Ooh, this one is. You are watching my day 1 video. Never going to be able to watch all of them if you're already on day. Oh, no worries. Skip around. I personally recommend you watch them at 2x because I speak very slowly. I speak incredibly slowly. And if you already know like Japanese and lots of English and all that, I think it'd be a fun challenge to hear it at double the speed because everything is very slow. And then my Japanese is even slower. So these katakana words are probably a weakness of mine, TBH. I just can't seem to care about practice. Lotus, you summarize a little bit of my apprehension about myself. I'm becoming more and more complacent about katakana, Lotus. Like, I think it is a symptom of the way katakana works. And I definitely feel that. That kind of hits me a little bit hard. I'm reminding myself like I'm being complacent. Even though... I totally feel that. Lesson, right? Lesson. Lesson. We're not writing. I mean, this is pretty good too. How do I even do this one? I've noticed that there's like the diphthong thing, or like not the diphthong thing, but what I call like a Japanese katakana diphthong thing, where you take any form of who, and then you plug another vowel into it, so you get something like Oh, this one doesn't do that, does it? Yeah, see, now I have that problem too, because my wait. No, this one doesn't do it. It's fine. This one's uh I don't know if there's a hold on this. Maybe I'll add a hold. No, I don't think so. I don't think there's a hold on this. Urashon? Urashon? No, this doesn't sound right. It's too long. Urashon? No, there's something else missing here. Oh, there's a missing. There's a t. There's a beat missing with no. It's furashon, furashon, furashon. Right? There's a beat missing, so there's a t here. A small t. That's why I want to add a beat here, but I'm like, did they hold the vowel? Oh, that. Yeah, that's it. This thing. That's what I was thinking. Thank you. That's what I was missing. The diphthong thing. I was like, is it here or is it not? There is a diphthong thing here. Fura. Fra. Fra. Shon. Yeah. Yeah. Or it might be fa shon, isn't it? Like there's no ra. It's just fa shon, right? So it's this. It's just the diphthong, and then you add the t for the extra beats, and then you shun it. Shun is probably the most recognizable thing because there's a lot of shuns. So it's like this, right? Fa shon. Yeah, this is the diphthong thing I'm talking about. The diphthong, where you have the u next to an a, and then katakana does the diphthong to get the u hua, right? Hua, hui, like ka he, right? Ka he. So you have to do the u to the a. Indeed, I wonder what the average American would think about how Japanese people type that word. Yeah. And I'm only laughing because I don't think I consider myself a typical American, right? So, I like that you're mentioning the word average American because I really don't think I should not be speaking in a sense that I represent the average, right? So, yeah, fashion, and all the who's. What was the other one that I said? Oh, friction, right? Friction. Oh, and there's another one that I had. Oh, performance. Paho, right? Paho. So FO or uo. So that's the uo diphthong. Fashion. I don't know. And then the previous unit had like non-fiction, right? And fiction are also, right? And kahe is the way the synthetic voices say. What other languages do I speak? In terms of speaking per se, I speak Fujianese. I speak a little of Mandarin. I speak a little of Spanish. And when I mean little, I mean really little. A little of Spanish. And that's pretty much it. And then English. And I could say I can speak a little Japanese now. But my writing comprehension for Spanish is probably equal to these 60 days of Japanese. And then I speak Fujianese. Fujianese, I can most definitely tell you I speak that. I can't read though. So when you're, I'm being very, very precise about using the word speak. I can't read. I can read Spanish. Spanish is because I was schooled in it. I think Spanish and Japanese are about in the same place now when it comes to pronunciation and reading the sounds. But I have not enough vocabulary. I think the vocabulary is too stunted. If I have about 1200 now, 1200 to 1300 Japanese vocabulary, and I think my Spanish vocabulary is now smaller than that. It's about 1,000 Spanish vocabulary, and it's been like over 10 years since I had the chance. My Mandarin vocabulary is kind of hard to gauge. I would say 400. My Fujianese vocabulary may be about the same. Hey, Blue. And Mandarin is awful. As in, like, what I mean is, my speaking Mandarin is going to sound like Fujianese a lot of times. Or, like, it's going to have, like, really weird interferences with Fujianese. And my first language is Fujianese. Technically, my first language is Fujianese. My second language is technically Mandarin. And then English came after. You're currently focusing on Japanese and you're currently focusing on Japanese and Cantonese. And you know the troubles? Yeah. I also listen to Cantonese. I kind of speak Cantonese. So I have this problem where I learn from immersion. So I was formally schooled in English only, exclusively, after the first 5 years of my life. So now I have a problem of distinguishing between when I'm speaking Mandarin or I'm speaking Cantonese. So sometimes the sounds blend together. So Fujianese, Mandarin, and Cantonese, the way I enunciate things back and forth, it's like bouncing back and forth. It's kind of like speaking Spanish, I bounce between English and Spanish as I'm speaking them. And then here for Japanese, it's like speaking katakana all of a sudden, like just exclusively in katakana. Like it's closer to that, where I start pronouncing katakana with my English accent as opposed to the Japanese. So that's why we were talking about katakana for a while. Like cafe, right? Cafe instead of cafe. And sometimes I will say cafe, or shin. And lots of Americanisms are flooding into the katakana, which, because it's a hybrid, right? It's a hybrid. And that's how I feel I can best describe when someone asks me, what do I speak? I speak Mandarin Canto Fujianese. Mandarin Canto Fujianese. Like, I'm not quite sure sometimes if I'm using a Cantonese word or a Mandarin word. Once you get some grammar, because if, when, during, feeling grammar, I think you'll be unstoppable. Low-key, Lotus, I've been looking at those for... I'm waiting. I'm totally waiting for the conditionals, like ways to do conditionals and flowing in some details, like clauses, like modifying clauses. Then it feels like the whole world opens up. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. You're right on the mark. The moment I get some of those grammar flexibilities, I speak in conditional clauses all the time. Rarely, right? I mean, I think the vast majority of my sentences come with conditional modifiers and conditional words. They're rarely ever indicative statements. Like, oh, that's good. Only if you think so. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Perhaps I should give it a try. So it's constantly like because, ifs, whens, and still not there yet. but I am very excited, and I've tried very hard to keep myself from doing that because it does slow me down and it does prevent me from focusing on the task at hand. But yeah. Okay, so let's add all the other like katakana words that was in this unit, because like katakana, it doesn't feel natural. Then hiragana is all over my head, but katakana is like and my English is kind of like, was there an here? Is this longer? Did I skip a beat? Like my learning of the Japanese mora is conflicting with all these katakana words. What else we are missing? Halloween, right? Halloween. And Halloween, that's a different thing too. There's a diphthong in Halloween, right? and I'm not supposed to say ween. I know. I'm not supposed to voice the W, but it's Halloween, Halloween, Oin, Halloween. But you know, you can slightly hear my American accent my English accent flowing into Halloween instead of Halloween. What other things we have? I don't think people would be too upset if I said Halloween in the middle of a Japanese sentence. It's like, oh yeah, this guy's American, like, or English. It's like, okay. I like to hope that if I say Halloween all of a sudden in a Japanese phrase or sentence, they're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Or not, oh wow, that's what is that? At least I'd like to hope that's the case, because whenever you're saying Japanese stuff and suddenly a katakana word like comes in, it's like, it's English. Like, so I don't think I'm too concerned about people looking at me weird if I swapped over to an English accent or English in general for these particular words like Halloween or Christmas, right? Definitely not illumination though. Illumination. Illumination. See here on me, right here, this right here, my English comes through. So I'm used to saying me, but it's me. Illumination, right? I have a habit of saying illumination instead of illumination. So there's these things are kind of a struggle, I think. Definitely kind of a struggle. It's fun struggle. I don't mind it. It's not an inconvenience or anything. Just reminds me of that I'm a person who speaks English. What else we have? I feel like there's more. We got more things. There's so much more katakana. University. That's returning. What else can you have? Contesto. Oh. I put it. Sorry, but this is hilarious. I put an O after contest, and just out of sheer like I said contesto, and I wrote contest. I'm supposed to stop at contest, but I ended up adding an O by habit. That was so subconscious. Okay, well, contesto. So hard. Why is this so hard? Or there's at least one or two more. There are 40 things. There are 40. It's anywhere between, I'm gonna say even higher now. There's around 50 things for every unit. There's 50 new things every unit. And my strive is to get at least 40 of them. 1, 2, 3. I'm at 34. That's kind of below average. Although it is kind of tough to keep swapping between these. But that's what you want to do. You want, oh, party. I could have wrote party. Party. Ibento, yeah, Ibento is old. Technically, this counts as a lot because a lot of them dealt with the Masenka. And then we cover dance and play a string instrument. Ati is an annoying one to spell. Yeah. Is it like something like that? No. I think this might be smaller. Those are like, yeah, you're right. With the little a, yeah, because it violates the, like, the holding. It's like holding and the ah. There's like a little a, so pa a little a with a hold, which is which are a bit more uncommon, and then t. Oh, already have the a sound? Are you sure there isn't a little a? And are you sure the t isn't held by 1 too? I'm pretty sure the T is also held. Oh, there isn't? Oh, there isn't. Oh, so it just holds it. Okay. So that's not too bad, actually. That's not too bad. T, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad then. If it already has the A. And you're not doing like a special thing. But I'm pretty sure the T is held. Held for 1. Party. Alright, that's not too bad, actually. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good enough. It's not quite the amount, but we had a lot of conversations. I know, either or thing. Yeah, me too. So that's why I mentioned the community center. It's also optional too. Community center. Like this one has a plus or minus a hold too. I actually think most of the holds and the tus is trying to accommodate English motor, right? The English beat stuff. So as long as you get most of the other things, when you're speaking or reading, you can tell what the word is. So the vowel holds and the t in most of the case when it's an English borrow word, you're good to go because of the way English is. Some people hold certain things longer, later, etc. You type it automatically, but as soon as I start writing, I mess up and add more katakana. Me too. I think that, like, as soon as I start writing, I start thinking about, is this longer or is this shorter? It feels like there's a mora missing here. It doesn't feel like there's a mora missing here. And it deals with the way I speak English too. I don't know if you feel the same way, but since I'm a primary English speaker, I am more and more hyper questioning how long I hold specific syllables, right? And then it interferes with how long Japanese people hold their syllables and or what they think is the English thing. It's very fun though. I think it's fun to get a better appreciation for how this is being done back and forth. It does create a bit of interference, but very educational interference. Yeah, I can't think of any other katakana. So, this is good. This is unit 14. And then now we're going to go into the new unit, farm some new vocab. I haven't decided if I want to do all 4 anymore, but we'll see. I already had a teaser. I already had a teaser by looking at the guidebook for this. Tanjobi showed up. So that's kind of neat. I do want to wish people birthdays and whatnot. Let's see if what I've missed. Maybe some of the things I missed. Dansu, sure. Dansu. Even though I set the predicate for dancing. Yeah, that's awkward. Oh, the expression, I don't consider kon. Oh, Kiji! Oh no, I even reminded myself to remember Kiji so then I can swear on Lotus's name. Heckin' Lotus. I totally forgot that I was gonna make a jab at Lotus after saying Kiji. I'm not sure if I wrote Kiji down. I don't think I wrote Kiji down. Heckin' Lotus. No, I think I got everything. Oh my gosh, badminton. Badminton. I actually played badminton in high school, but badminton. Of course. No, I got everything, at least in this list. So, it was pretty comprehensive. It's fine. All right. Date plans and public transportation. What are we starting with? Date plans, right? All right, let's see. Let's see if I can use any of these phrases. All right. Hito. Well, there's our first kanji. Everyone's been waiting for this. I swear, if I had a dollar for a US dollar for every time someone used this kanji and hit me in the face with it before I learned it, I have $20 now. Probably like $20. It's not that expensive. Realistically, it's probably like $20. So, various ways actually. People have used this kanji over at Twitch, you know. People have used this kanji in 4 different contexts. 4 different contexts that I can recall. Outside of just being the kanji for people. Or person. People. Probably from the excruciating pain of learning Japanese and then you realize you know nothing even after learning for months, speaking from experience. Escape while you can. Oh. Maybe you're talking about that. I don't really... That sounds like emotional projection. But okay. 12月
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 10月
人 Tabemono.
8
Achigatsu. Well, I hope you can manage that feeling, Millie, about the excruciating pain of learning Japanese and then you realize you know nothing even after learning for months. Right? Hopefully you manage that. I can't relate to that. And I probably won't ever express or project that to other people since I don't really resonate with that.
人
Why is my... Okay, taskbar. You were studying it in university. I quit for different reasons because I loved it. So I'm continuing my study by myself and I still love it. Nice. Nice, Leon. Well, welcome. You can I highly recommend you, like, if you saw my video 1, I highly recommend you play it in 2x. Because I think if you studied at university, it would be a fun little exercise to see how quickly you get everything. Because in Spanish, it feels similarly. I do plan after another 90 days, at least another 120 days, I will be starting Mandarin again. And I'm going to be bootstrapping through different methods again. But it'll be weaning off of Duolingo Japanese and then moving Japanese to a different medium that was recommended by other people or shown by other people while I then start Mandarin on Duolingo and then Spanish to visit my university days, much like your university days thing. I technically quit Spanish as well, as in like I didn't learn it anymore or used it, like push myself into a position to use Spanish after my university days as well. The thing that keeps my Spanish still kind of conversational is there are Spanish speakers and Spanish typers in my region. So living in the NA region of any like video gaming region stuff, you'll encounter Spanish. Or Brazilian Portuguese and then have Brazilian people yell at you for saying that it's not Spanish. That happens a lot too. I don't think it's intentional. However, I often start with like, oh, this kind of looks like it. I'm going to try to guess what it means. And then someone's going to yell at me and say like, well, Brazilian Portuguese is different from Spanish. It's like, I know, but I'm making an attempt to communicate with you. Do you want to use English instead? Right? So it's kind of a little bit different from the perspective that you get from Japanese people, right? Like, oh, you're trying to use it, but hey, let me help you by speaking English. It's kind of sort of like that, but in the reverse direction, right?
人かっこいい人
Kakoi hito. Okay, it's technically a new word, guys. It's the kanji. So we got our new kanji. The algorithm showed your video yesterday, so I started on video 1 instead of whatever number it suggested. Saw that you were live, so oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. There are a lot. I'm gonna warn you. I mean, like, it's a fair warning. My videos are 6 hours and 6 hours on average, but half of the time I might not even be learning Japanese, or like it's talking about Japanese. And then I would say 10% of the time it's talking about special interest. I like to get people excited about whatever they're talking about. So sometimes I could be talking about science fiction or something. But the common ground for everything is to get excited about things. And the common ground is often learning multiculturalism and being open-minded. So whatever you say, whatever you think, I want to go out of my way to make it seem interesting, because I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. Like, I don't like, personally, this might sound a little bit of a gaslight here. When someone tells me they're boring, you're gonna make me you're gonna make me want to fight you on saying that about your own life all the time. They also don't like it when it's called Brazilian instead of Brazilian Portuguese. Exactly. Asteroids. So so specifically I say Brazilian Portuguese because of that. If that's, they also, I don't call it Brazilian anymore because it's a learning lesson from me. I've played a lot of video games that often had a lot of Brazilian Portuguese, and I'm like, can I guess, because I kind of know some Spanish, and then they're like, okay, they get, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes they get upset, sometimes they don't, and then earlier on I'm like, what is that? Is that like they're like, oh, we're from Brazil, and I'm like, so is that Brazilian? And they're like, no, it's Brazilian Portuguese. And I'm like, okay. So over time, maybe like in the last 3 or 4 years, I've become accustomed to referring the thing I'm thinking about, the thing that I'm encountering is Brazilian Portuguese. There was one occasion that a person from Portugal made a comment and said that, well, that's Brazilian Portuguese, not Portuguese. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. Like, I can't tell the difference. I'm an inexperienced person. The best I can do is Hispanic Spanish, right? Hispanic Spanish, right? So there's like a lot of times, it's Portuguese. So I know that there's a lot of times when Americans get flack. Actually, most of the time, specifically Americans get flack for being too sensitive to each other in the United States. Like, oh, like we're always concerned about classifications and stuff. But oftentimes, the way I appear and the way I talk, I still get the same feeling from other people who want to classify whatever theirs are, but in a singular way. So I am well equipped to understand the feeling and animosity and ups and downs because I live in a country that does that every day. The stuff that I encounter, I can understand that it's not a big deal unless they're talking to a foreigner. So if I was, if they were huddling around amongst Brazilians, they wouldn't have this miscommunication. That's perfectly fine. Although their responses are not like they're used to it. In the United States, you're used to it because that's going to happen. Like, for example, when someone asks me, what am I? Where am I from? An American will definitely respond very, very differently, right? As opposed to if you ask someone who is representative of a different country, right? Good luck, Leon. Good luck with those questions. I don't know what that you already said university. I will give you a heads up that there are some younger youth culture like questions. If you feel uncomfortable, I don't think you're obligated to answer, but hopefully. Learning another culture's language goes a long way for building empathy. I agree, Asteroids. It's a wonderful thing. Even immersing without the goal, passively immersing even without the goal of learning the language is incredible. That's how I feel close to the mediums that they put out. It can be very yes, I did. Yes, and I think I've already said this to you already. It's not my scene. Either of them. It's not my scene. I do not want to be cultured or associated with that stuff. Okay? Anyways, let's continue. Yeah. So a cool person, you know, we still didn't even get kakoi, kakoi, kakoi,
かっこいい人
kakoi hito. I don't say kakoi too often actually. I use cute a lot more than cool. I guess I could put in like, I don't know. I use the word cute more than cool. Sorry guys.
元気な彼女
Oh, Genki. Hey, we got it. It's over. Okay, lesson's done. Oh, actually. Oh, this is used differently.
元気な彼女
It's over. We're done. Ah, my Japanese journey is done. We've come full circle. Genki. Genki. Genki na. Why kainojo? Anojo. A lively girlfriend? Alright, fine. Sure. Alright, full circle. That is a very vibrant person. I wish Duolingo gave a bit more explanation on the grammar point because this must be confusing with two kinds of adjectives. It's kind of. Do you use Duolingo, Leon? Leon, I haven't actually asked because that is a very valid question. If I give you, since you're new, I'll give the breakup. Approximately 70% of the people I talk to either have no experience or limited experience with the current Duolingo Japanese course. So the 2024 Japanese course. And then the rest, maybe begrudgingly, 20% of them are like using it for the first time, like myself. These are my experiences so far. The rest, 10%, were told never to use it, so they never used it, as in like in a negative sense. So my experience is personally, right, as a Duolingo user, I find it incredibly entertaining that they don't explain things. And it raises my natural curiosity to find the explainer. So I, just like the last thing, Genki, the reason why I know Genki is due to the interaction with others. Genki. And this is the first time Genki shows up. So the only reason I know that there's another definition or another use is because of other people. Will they introduce the other definitions? Maybe, maybe not, sometimes. However, generally, Duo relies on the philosophy of pattern exposure. So it's kind of like playing a Souls game versus a, I don't know, a Ubisoft game. Right. So that's kind of my take on it. So since they don't go through comprehensively go through grammar points or multiple uses of the things, you're inferring all of these things. And for me, it's a great motivation for me to use other resources to fill in this gap while naturally focusing on what the pattern is. Yeah. So naturally, you don't need to understand all the underlying mechanics or like min-maxing. Technically, you don't need min-maxing to have like a no-hit run, right? A no-hit run largely is, if you're very observant, you'll learn all the patterns, like a boss pattern. You don't need to know the boss frame data, for example. You don't need the boss frame data to observe and create the patterns. So Duolingo uses the philosophy of observable patterns, and then occasionally they throw in very pertinent grammar points that are places of common confusion, like aru, iru usage and stuff. They do cover the N5-ish to N4-ish foundational grammar points. Outside of that, it's all pattern recognition, and they do it very deliberately. They, like, for example, if there was a confusion between ni, right, using ni versus de, right, there will be prompts that have these two as choices, and deliberately that's kind of how they go about it. And for me, every time I discover a new pattern, it incentivizes me to use other sources, and my source is Tofuku. I use Tofuku as the grammar point source. Other advice comes from backseat gamers like Sub-Zero and Lotus, where I like have to shove them in a locker every time they spoil a 1,000-year-old language for me. So that's been my experience so far. Tofuku, to me, the way Tofuku is structured, right, is I hit so yesterday someone mentioned a he point, right, or the e particle, right? So I click on the grammar point for right, the e particle, then it leads me back to the ni particle, and then the ni particle leads me back to the no particle. So the way Tofuku is structured by hyperlinking. So whenever I'm about to go to bed or going to night, I would investigate something which leads to something, and then I'll end my journey somewhere. So it bounces everywhere. So I like that structure of Tofuku. It feels like Duolingo as well, where it bounces from place to place. However, it is explaining grammar in this case, as opposed to vocabulary, introducing vocabulary. So I would get like tabs. Yeah, Tofuku has this way of like, oh, by the way, if you want to be interested in this, all of these are related to this related. So I think like that. The way I remember things and the way I naturally recall things are how like these things are related back and forth. So the way Tofuku is structured, I love clicking on links that lead me to other topics that are related. Or like, here's a hyperlink to this. Here's a hyperlink to that. Like, by the way, don't focus on remembering everything comprehensively. It'll be reinforced as you continue to read. So even if I go back to my original, like if it goes back and stuff, I do a little bit of light reading every day for grammar points. And it all starts with something I observe in Duolingo. The starting point is Duolingo. So I observe a pattern and I spend my evening off stream messing around with that. So that's kind of my routine right now. It's it really flows with my type of learning. How well is Tofuku helping me? Well, I mean, I'm not surprised by any grammar points so far. Yeah, I'm not surprised by any grammar points so far. So it's been like 5, or it's been what? I think it's been 30 days since I've not been surprised by grammar point. And it's not because just Duolingo, it's because you guys bring up points, and then I use Tofuku, and then Tofuku leads to another point. Like the Kodo-so, like the Kodo-so do, right? No, Koso a do thing came up way before they started introducing demonstratives. So, and then 3 or 4 of the usage of teis haven't come up yet. I know because of yesterday, I remember the 4 or 5 principal uses of e as a particle, and I don't have the e particle yet. So, and the way it reads is very natural because it's related to ni. So because I know ni, I know te. Or e, sorry. Because I know ni, I know e. By the way, it's associated in tofuku. And when they come up, I don't really talk about I already know them. I just get very excited. I get excited that I finally get examples, right? Even though these might be dead sentence construction, it's still examples. And I revisit all the time. Like, if someone brings up another topic that I already know, I go to Tofuku again and reread that. I start there and then find whatever else is in. So it's not, I read it once and it's one and done. I am not a one and done person. Much like Duolingo, I like the structure of Duolingo where it's not one and done. Language is not there to be completed. It's there to be used and reinforced. So sometimes my grammar point comes back. It often links back to something that's foundational. So yesterday I read 30 minutes of eccentric things of contrasting e with ni, and that's it. That was all. I spent 30 minutes having a little get together with getting comfortable with the path versus the destination, or at a destination versus to a destination. Yeah. I've seen some really good FGC players who don't even know frame data. Yeah, exactly, Sub-Zero. Exactly. Since we're talking about culture, things that cultures can be sensitive about, you might want to use Japanese for in abbreviation. The way you use is considered a slur to some. You might want to use JPN for an abbreviation. Where? Oh, you mean like my title? Duolingo Japanese? Oh, I see what you mean. Fair enough. Because it's implying Japanese as in, it could be Japanese as in a Japanese person versus a Japanese language. I don't know about that. I will take that under advisement, but I disagree on that one. Especially being an American. I think that's almost reverse racism there. Never going to 100% English. When you were writing on the screen, you wrote, please, I tried to write what you wrote and my message got filtered. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna be fine with that. Writing and improvisational is different, but fair enough. Fair enough. I'll keep that under advisement. I'll keep that under advisement. This is one of the reasons I quit university. It was halting my learning because every second spent on something else was not enough time left for whatever would be on the exam. Oh, interesting. Huh. As a background, Lian, I'm speaking to two groups, by the way, in case you guys are, in case no one's aware, if someone's confused. I'm speaking to two different groups, one on YouTube and one on Twitch. So Lian, I see. The way I'm thinking now, like the way I approach learning in general, is because of my university. It's because of my university education. So I actually went on to graduate school to make it really, really brief. And I ended up pursuing a PhD in biology. So most of the learning techniques I had was an adjustment from this transition here. So high school was like, not as much. But this transition from high school to university is where most of my learning techniques come from, or investigating how I prefer to learn, and then all the others. And all the things I'm talking about is due to higher education. So if it seemed reasonable and all that, that's usually why. It may feel like there are a lot of things. I actually went to a liberal. I went to a liberal arts. I stayed in the liberal arts most of the approach, which often deals with varying techniques, right? Lots of varying styles and takes and concepts. So that's the approach that I've learned since then. So most of my approaches, and when I discuss culture and stuff, it's due to that nature of having to invest in a lot of things at the same time. While still trying to maintain on your focus course, which in this case it's biology is what I ended up doing. However, this biology in a liberal arts sense is multidisciplinary. So oftentimes you will be confronted with the idea of being out of your element all the time, and constantly pushing for having to divert time to different disciplines. And that's usually it resonates really well with my multicultural background, because oftentimes you can't outlive being in more than one culture as a contrast. So I'm a lot more focused on being multidisciplinary than being a specialist. So one of the things that I'm not part of the field anymore is because I can't really earnestly compete with a specialist. I don't particularly find it rewarding to be a specialist. So if you're talking about like people who are really, really good at things, like super good at and love very specific things, I have a very, very hard time pragmatically keeping up with competing with specialties. And I prefer to place myself in a position where I'm focused on multidisciplinary things. That's kind of what brings me back to learning Japanese and Mandarin and Spanish and English. I don't want to be confined to one thing, although it's been a really long time, right? It is kind of fun that you guys relate to the video game analogy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about writing like Japan and stuff. I'm gonna disagree with that, but I will allow it in my opinion. If that's I'm gonna change the moderation on that, unless I'm guessing I know where this whole like is going, but that's a linguistic thing. I'm not gonna worry about that. Thank you, Asteroid, for making me aware of it though. Okay. It's definitely an American English thing though. I can tell you that. It's definitely an American English thing. Let's see. What am I looking for? とても元気な人です。Okay. So I'm looking for someone. Okay, sure.
彼女
Anojo.
彼女は元気な人です。
Oh, because we're talking about date plans. Date plans, right? 彼女は元気な人です. Right. All familiar outside of Genki. All familiar vocabulary, so not too uncomfortable right now. I guess it's implied it's my girlfriend statement. I have another idea coming up, but maybe after day 75. I have some fun new ways of using Duolingo in the third quarter. Or in the fourth quarter after day 75. I'm coming up with some fun little things to further engage myself. Okay. Stay tuned. My girlfriend is a lively person. Sure. Not to be confused with my girlfriend is a lively person. So here's a fun thing, right? Because Nikiyaka is also a thing, right? But I already know this. This is also a grammar. It's a usage point. How do I do? Yeah. That's also a usage point. Yeah, so Nikiyaka is another conflicting thing on this interpret. So this is an interpretate. I feel like this is a little bit interpretive to some extent, but not too much. And then we also have another adjective that describes an essence of lively, but used in a different specific context for now. Much like Genki is going to have another usage later. And it's the Genki that I'm introduced to before the Genki here. Have you tried turning off the word option so that you have to write the whole sentence from scratch? I do. You can't do that for these prompts, these specific prompts. And I used to, you're talking about the keyboard thing. These prompts don't have keyboard things. It's only the other way around when you're typing Japanese. And also I do that in practice. But lately I haven't missed anything. So generally I do them during practice. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Oh, no, you can't, unfortunately. Because imagine if you can type English here. I wouldn't want to deal with the programming with this part. Like, what I mean is, I wouldn't want a native have to deal with finding all the possible combinations of native accepted responses, because then it will probably increase the fail rate and spuriousness. And a lot of people would say, well, yeah, infinite if and yeah, and then even they could integrate machine learning, but machine learning is also erroneous, right? Because you're talking about vernacular now. You're talking about colloquials, and machine AI don't pick up colloquials as well. So you would have to get to the point where, how do you communicate this idea here, right? The Japanese idea, but while still accommodating the fluidity of the native speaker. And that would be a nightmare. It would be an absolute nightmare. Maybe in the future, AI will be in a manner that you can train it so well that it can be less erroneous in accepting what is acceptable and not. And then you have to contend with what is the native language speaker's competence, right? So what is their competence level? And if you choose English, we already talked about this so much. English competency has a gigantic range. So then you're going to have to contend with all the naysayers that say, why is my answer incorrect? Right? I'm here to learn Japanese, not be juggled for competency in both languages. So that's kind of my defense on not including keyboard function in the person's native language. Generally speaking, my girlfriend is a lively person is kind of helpful because you have no idea. Like I genuinely have no idea how to express it yet, or like in English. And also, even worse than that, don't forget lost in translation, right? So how do you bridge this? A lot of people would say just get rid of it altogether, and that's the school of thought for immersion, right? Don't do this at all. Well, Duolingo wants to do this. Duolingo is a translation-based approach. So it's kind of saying like, oh, you like riding bicycles, like, oh, you like biking, right? You enjoy cycling. Well, guess what? If you want to be in my house, you can't ride a bike. That's essentially the argument about immersion versus Duolingo. It's like, well, this is a specific approach. This is an approach. And the attack is usually, oh, this is an ancient approach. Or it's less effective, right? Or it's not natural. Things like that. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's understandable. But you're attacking the building philosophy. But if you don't like people riding bikes, then let them ride bikes, but you're not riding a bike. So continue driving your cars. It's fair, right? Mutual respect in space. Yeah, program can only do so much. Yeah, it's very difficult. But I do get your point, though. I try. Here's my 2 cents. This is a game thing, so this is a Duolingo thing. It's not a learning thing. You know, you have hearts in Duolingo. Since I'm not a super subscriber. In the future, I'll do this. I'll probably subscribe to super. The reason why is I have a lot of keyboard related things. And oftentimes a keyboard related things slow me down too much. And I don't want to slow down on essence, like on collecting meaning. So a lot of times I'm not the biggest fan on mechanical limitations. And I do make like typos and keyboard and stuff. So there are practice things. So if I'm like really out of practice, as in I keep making grammar errors or vocabulary errors, I will lose hearts. And when I lose hearts, I will go to the practice to get more hearts. And during these practice, you don't lose hearts. So then I practice keyboard entry. And the keyboard entry will help me because I'm obviously messing up vocabulary. Something about my sounding, my visual, how I'm going to do it is preventing me from progressing, right? So that's when this happens. The downside of this is, what if I don't ever get anything wrong, right? Or I don't get more than 5 things wrong. I have the choice to say, I should take more risks. I should go faster. So then I risk making errors, and then it helps me reinforce keyboard. But in the last, I'm going to say the last 21 days, and that's why it feels like I haven't used the keyboard function, is that I haven't missed more than 5 things in the last 21 days. So does that mean my competence is up? Or not? And then, so, then I would worry about, oh, what if I'm under practice? So every 3 days, so now every 3 days, I do a total recall, where I try, today is one of those days, where I write, I attempt to write in kana, right? I use kana in writing. So I compensate by literally writing the things as opposed to using keyboard function. However, the nice thing about keyboard function is while writing kana, you have writing errors, right? Writing errors. In keyboard, you have autocorrect. So naturally, my rationale is if I can write close enough, I can also use keyboard function. The thing that's missing is sentence construction. And I know that's why you probably mentioned it. The concern is, what if I don't see the words, right? What if I don't see the words? And then they're like guiding me on the stuff. Since day 20 and on, when I hear this, I'm not actually looking at the word bank. So whenever it's Japanese or English, I'm actually hearing it first, constructing it in my head. This is when I speak out loud, and then I look at the word bank. On occasion, you'll probably hear me say, oh, I wasn't paying attention to what was being said, and I don't want to read this. I will say something like, oh, I know I can create a sentence from whatever the word bank is. So these are the different ways to adjust for sentence construction. That doesn't necessarily focus deliberately on what's in the word, to introduce different ways. So it goes back and forth. If it's in Japanese, I'll try to, I won't even, actually, if it's in Japanese, I just translate it as quickly as I can. If it's in English, you'll probably see me look up, like my eyes will look up, and I'll try to construct the sentences by saying it. And as I'm saying it, I'm thinking about the kana, and then I go to the bottom and look for it. So what happens is it slows me down. So if what I'm thinking doesn't match what's in the word bank, then I know that I am thinking of something else that may also work, or I'm on point with Duolingo. So oftentimes it takes me an extra step to look for the things I thought I was looking for. So usually, in my opinion, after watching other people speed run Duolingo, they look for the right answers. As in, it speeds up if you only look for the right answer. It's a lot faster. Although they are already competent in Japanese. People who speed run Duolingo, they're already competent in Japanese. So they're playing it like a game where you can look for the right answers. And I can tell you it's possible. In fact, if you, by the end of day 3, you will know all the prompts. You will know all these prompts. Like all these prompts, you can memorize these prompts. It's a small enough pool. It's a small enough pool that you will know all the answers without listening to any of this or reading any of this. And I totally agree. That is a trap that can happen if you're using Duolingo to learn as opposed to playing a game. If you're playing a game, I know a lot of talented gamers in my life. They're really good at finding what to do to be successful. And they become so efficient that they stop learning new vocabulary. You don't have to learn new vocabulary to complete a Duolingo course. Because if you learn the pattern, you replace words with them, right? You replace the words. Like, oh, this is a noun. I'm only looking for a noun. I'm only looking for this. So whenever the new thing is, you can shuffle it and you can know all the patterns without ever learning anything. And that's what the major criticism for Duolingo is. Thanks, Paige. I am bye. So what happens is I agree with most people. That you can go through 2 or 3 years of Duolingo, and half of the end of Duolingo, like at the bigger end, it will become so habit forming you don't pay attention to half the time. It's like commuting to work. After you do it for a year, maybe even 2 months, you'll stop paying attention to half the things. You are familiar with the pattern of doing it, so you don't need to understand anything else. And in order for me to address this, I know I do this all the time. Like, I play Neverwinter online every single day, and I don't even look at my screen anymore to do like dungeon runs. Like, it, you know, when you see those crazy Souls game people who like do a Souls game blindfolded, you don't need those details anymore. So to me, how I stopped doing this is I would say every month, now officially every 25 days, I'm going to try to do something different so that it forces me to do something that's compensating for another thing. After day 75, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reply. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reply in Japanese, right? Reply in Japanese to whatever they're saying, or at least attempt to. And then what that's doing is I'm going to make commentary in Japanese, but not answering the question or not translating. I'm going to make commentary. So like, for example, I do this in English already to engage myself. This is saying, I guess my girlfriend is a lively person. I could say in Japanese, well, I don't have a girlfriend. Right? So, like, 彼女がいません。彼女がいません。Right? Something like that. And the idea is now I'm not just translating, I'm also making commentary in Japanese to something that Duolingo lacks. Duolingo does not encourage you to make commentary or have conversations with yourself. So, not now, but at some point later when I have enough vocabulary, I'm going to keep making attempts in making commentary in Japanese as opposed to English, which I would say, well, not my girlfriend because I don't have a girlfriend, right? But, you know, someone else's girlfriend might be lively. So I could say something like, I don't have the phrase, I'm going to say someone else's girlfriend wa, right? Someone else's girlfriend. And I could look up. Now it'll remind me, how do I express someone else's girlfriend and not my girlfriend, right? So I would say someone else's girlfriend wa genki hito desu. So what happens is now I'm using hybrid things. Every time I hear English is a trigger for me to understand I don't have the Japanese word for this yet. Maybe it'll be interesting later. And I know the rest. So no matter what, I'm still practicing what I know while trying to replace what I don't know, or maybe not. It'll come along. So that's kind of the routine that I'm going to set up in another 10 days. That I don't get too complacent. And that's basically how I play video games. I constantly play video games in that way. When I use a tool, after a month or two, I do something different. If I'm running 1.5 miles, for example, for a month, I'm going to run 1.5 miles a little faster the next day. And the next day, in another month, I'm going to run shorter. So I like that. That's the way to stop the human condition. And that's pretty much what I mean by understanding the human condition. Human condition, I would love to be well read enough to provide like some way to understand that if you understand some things, like it's a fun read. I would highly encourage people to read like things that interest them about human behavior, and then read like a book, like, not that sounded so, read a book from your an influencer or someone that catches your attention emotionally, and then read about their evaluation of the human condition. Oftentimes it helps, like, oh wait, I do this, so how do I get around it in my own way? And this is how I get around it in my own way. And I don't know if it's apparent through all the recording, and I don't want everyone to have to watch all of it. And so from time to time, every specific milestone, I will try to summarize the things that I do. It's why I go slowly with the semantics. I don't think semantics define someone's intelligence. It's how you go about making meaning and applying the semantics you have. Shrine didn't have to be there. I know, right? Shrine. And it's funny. So I also take notice of what is there and what isn't there. What is there is an opportunity to make commentary, to make a memory stronger. So I already talked about this technique in the first 25 days. I talk about what is the wrong answers, what is not there, and also what besides focusing on what is there. So you also can tell yourself what is wrong with these responses. What can you use with these responses? So even having word bank, you can make the word bank useful. Like, well, how could I incorporate are into this? How could I incorporate what want into this? How do you convert this phrase into expressing want? I don't always do that. You can, and it will slow you down even more. But the thing is, you're thinking about other things. Like, how do I make this an isn't phrase, right? Because it's not the right answer, but it should offer inspiration. Like, how do you express this, my girlfriend isn't a lively person, if you need to translate to isn't, right? These, many of these things. And it helps solve problems, help you engage things, help you innovate on things you do all the time, right? Your study time is not as focused as mine, so I accidentally fall into those tactics sometimes. Yeah, yesterday I did that, Lotus. Yesterday I demonstrated what it's like to still get all the right answers, but faster. I basically, near the end, it was getting really, really late. Like, I was getting a little tired. So I was like, all right, we're just going to get answers. And you could see that, like, oh, these are the right answers. These are the right answers. These are the right answers. Like, I wasn't even processing anything. Like, there's two choices. It has to be in this order. That has to go first. That has to go second. It's 50-50. It's not even 50-50. It's 100%. So I reminded myself easily that I can blow through all of Duolingo without learning anything from Duolingo. And I absolutely agree with experts or people who are already competent in Japanese that there's no redeeming quality in Duolingo, because they will be very good at looking at the patterns of Duolingo, and other people who are learning could get into that pattern and then stop learning. So is it the fault of Duolingo? No, not exactly. Those people are brilliant. They're just very observant people, right? They're very efficient focused. And that's kind of why I'm worried about. Efficient things doesn't necessarily mean comprehension. It doesn't lead, it's not concordant. It doesn't correlate with comprehension. Understanding and comprehension may be in a different rate than efficiency. So if you're very hyper focused on efficiency, that's why you're kind of toxic to less efficient things. You don't slow down to appreciate the details. Why do people expect your comments and construction, like constructive criticism, to be relevant to someone who's moving at a different pace, right? Go on a drive and tell me and describe all the things you see. I often do this exercise all the time when someone says they went for a walk. Please, like, enjoy your life, right? Tell me 2 or 3 things that's interesting that you remember that left an impression on you when you come back from the walk? Actually, Indy is here. You probably remember Indy. Like, you mentioned walking, and probably the first thing I would ask you is, hey, did you notice anything that was interesting? Because sometimes life passes you by very fast if you're focused on efficiency, and sometimes it actually lowers your comprehension and your observational skills when you work too close to efficiency. I get efficiency is great, and I get people's time are precious, but your life's time, regardless of what you do, is incredibly precious when you make it precious, not how you make it precious. Like, when you make it precious, you can do it anytime. It's great. Human mind dilates time and it contracts time, while in the physical objective hyper-objective world, time moves at the same pace. But to a human being, psychologically, time can dilate and contract because the way you process things can go at a different rate per unit time, right? What are you saying? Oh, wait. Oka no. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oka no Hanoji. Oh, Mocha. Interesting. I mean, Hoka. Wait. Oh, sorry. Hoka. Hoka. Is that the expression for, like, someone else's? Oka? Oka no Kanoji wa. Okay. Oh, I also, just so you know, Indy, you mentioned the whole, like, you mentioned that the whole, like, wa at the end expression, you know, the wa, like, this wa expression, right? When I was reading the thing on articles, it led to an example that uses the wa expression. I get what you mean. Where, like, if you know, so how does this relate to the wa expression? There are expressions where you use the e particle and it's already implied what comes after. So they would end the expression, right? And I finally understand why lots of expressions end with wa or something, because there's enough context that you're inferring the rest, right? And that happens a lot, and especially the expression that you I forgot who mentioned it, about, like, and you, right? And you, that also is inferring the rest because of context. So the e particle at the end of these things also elicits the same type of motivation as, yeah, like the anatawa, yeah. As opposed, you're off to bed, almost midnight here. Enjoy watching. Thanks, Leon. Good night. Enjoy resting up. I would love to hear all your Japanese things that are interesting to you, or when you're learning Japanese again or something and reviewing. Definitely share something about your experience. It'll certainly help you remember whatever is interesting to you. Thanks for hanging out, Leon. I find myself doing the same thing in math or physics as well. I'll find a pattern, rush through the exercise without actually understanding the concept of what I'm... Yeah, and you're being efficient. So you have for me to encourage someone to want to understand it, I personally ask questions to that person and see if they care. So what I mean by that is, if I asked you, hey, so you did this math exercise, can you teach me something from the math exercise that you just did? And then those are the things that you care about. However, if you go back and say, like, well, I was just doing it to get it done, it tells me that, okay, that's not important to you. It's not important for you to comprehend unless you start expressing something like, oh man, I really want to get this. And I'm like, well, can you tell me something that you learned from the exercise? and then maybe they'll remember certain things, and then I will reinforce, like, what about the other things? So how would you get yourself to pay attention to the things you're not remembering, right? And that kind of helps with developing importance and attachment to those things. And oftentimes I would get the person to teach me those things or tell me those things, because ultimately, if you can tell me what you remember, you're doing way more than just remembering the content. You're understanding the content. If you can't explain it to me, it's natural for the person who's trying to explain it to be a little bit curious on how to explain it. And in order to explain it, you need to understand it. So oftentimes when someone says, oh yeah, I just got a 700-day streak, it's like, well, what did you do today? Can you explain to me some of the details of what you did today on your 7th-day streak? And that is good enough, in my opinion. A lot of times when you're asking the right questions, it's enough. So oftentimes when I'm thinking about learning Japanese, I keep saying, when am I going to get more questions? As in, when am I going to get more grammar points to form questions? Because ultimately, I could seem like a very active listener, in my opinion, and a very considerate listener, even in Japanese probably, if I listen and ask a question. Listen, ask a question. I don't need to be a genius or a knowledgeable person to appear like I'm invested in the other person. In fact, I gain a lot by asking questions. It also makes the other person feel important. I don't need to feel important. This is a really, really weird humble brag, but I much rather have the other person feel important if they're worried than myself, because generally speaking, I'm not really gaining much from making myself feel important. Usually I'm trying to get all the knowledge from the other person. So if that person can explain to me something and they're learning something about themselves, I benefit from whatever they're learning. So farming people, it's a win-win. That's how I really approach it. When this doesn't work, when this falls apart, is when the person takes it personally. So I try to get ahead of this sometimes, because it might feel like an interrogation. And my explainer for why it feels like an interrogation is thinking about how to explain something is exhausting, right? It's incredibly exhausting. So if the person says, I'm too tired for this, which I get a lot, like, oh, okay, well, I'll let you be. Like, thank you for your time. My goal genuinely is, if you get someone to explain something to you, it will be exhausting, but ultimately it will increase their comprehension of whatever is important to their lives. And you can kind of say that's like a Socratic method, right? Socrates kind of popularized this. However, then you can integrate like behavioral psychology to be like educational or like encouraging and whatnot, it back into the Socratic method, right? This is a bit like the Socratic method, where you ask the right questions in order to create an environment that person must then elicit comprehension in order to make them learn from themselves, right? And the most powerful thing about this from a behavioral standpoint is that person has full ownership of what they said. As in, it's extra rewarding because they solved the problem. They comprehended the thing. They weren't being handheld, like it might seem less like hand-holding. I'm not here to tell you what the solutions are, right? I'm here to encourage you to do that yourself. I mean, it works, but if someone were to ask me to break it down and explain what I'm doing, I'd be stuck. Yes, you can be stuck. So you can determine from a person who's asking a question, you can determine when to intervene. And what we're trying to compare it to is comparing it to someone who just assumes or presumes things. What are your rate of success in presuming things versus responsive, right? It's kind of a flaw in the grading system in school, in my opinion, because a person who studies efficiently, like you said, and only focuses on recognizing patterns in how questions are asked and often have better chance of getting a good grade than someone who takes his time to fully I agree with you, actually. I took what was valuable about grading systems, right? About grading systems. I'll call it formal education. It's usually the phrase I would use. Formal education. And then now I'm outside of the formal education. So now I'm trying to gather experience communicating to people that typically is outside the formal education system. And the things I'm describing now is an integration of the formal education system and the, I don't know what you call this, the subjective, it's like subjective, individualized stuff with formal education. Right? So it's humorous because, oh, this is gonna be a digression point. We're gonna invest in this. This topic is very fun to talk about. So outside, since I stopped being in a university setting, there are a lot of trends that formal education cannot adopt very quickly. A formal grading system, the system takes a very long time to adjust because you have to standardize it across everything, and it takes a very long time to have that. So being outside of the formal education system, you get a chance to be at the front. However, it also means all the stuff you do is constantly changing. A formal education system, like a grading system or a standardization, can't constantly change willy-nilly, right? It can't change year after year after year. That will be like not having a formal grading system anymore. So that's one of the limitations. Standardization slows adaptation. So here, the reason why I'm saying I am not a professional or a formal educator is largely because I do not obey standardization. It's the stuff that I'm gathering experience on is going to change from month to month, year to year, whatever. Suddenly a trend could happen, and that's what's happening. So most of the advice I have now will probably change in the future. Or like the stuff that I'm doing, not the advice I'm giving implicitly. I don't give people advice. I'm not offering advice on this stream. I'm offering, if you observe me and there's anything that I do that is interesting to you, you are free to ask me why I do those things. I rarely ever do something because there's no point to them on stream. When I'm off stream, it's boring, or like, it's not boring, but it's cathartic to me. I meditate when I'm off stream. How do I meditate? I play Neverwinter Online without thinking about whatever I'm doing on Neverwinter Online. I perform at 99 percentile without ever thinking about it. That's a meditation state. It's a state where I do not apply myself in any way except giving the comfort feeling of routines that I have. So I don't want to give people the impression that I'm like this wired every day. On stream, whatever's recorded is how I approach things so that I don't end up like that, where I'm hyper focused on one or the other. Like, am I worried about getting a 99.9% accuracy on Duolingo, whatever that may be? No, I'm not. In fact, when I start to see that I'm focusing specifically on something else, very predominantly, I will remind myself to incorporate something new, as I like to constantly keep myself dynamically flowing. And I usually put an artificial timer or frame at 1 month. 1 month, I start to think about something new. Like during that month, I slowly brainstorm about things that I gotta swap up. The ultimate goal is still the same, right? This is the idea of my pedaling. This is kind of a little pedaling. The whole idea of goal-oriented study versus process-oriented. You hear this very often, but not using these words. I'm going to tell you now. If you look at your influencer, and there's an interview with an influencer who is very successful at learning things, they're going to phrase it differently. And I'm going to clarify here for my own sake what I mean by goal-oriented and process-oriented. If someone is saying, when, how long until fluency, this is goal-oriented learning. As in, if a video says something like, become fluent in 30 days, use these methods, that's goal-oriented. It's appealing to goal-oriented people. Process-oriented people will have some sort of statement like, I don't really focus on getting good. Well, I made mistakes. I make mistakes. It'll work out. If I put in the time, I will continue to learn. Right? It's not about how much you learn in a static time. By when are you going to do something? Right? By when are you going to achieve something? So, the reason why I don't offer or talk about goal-oriented mechanics is that's what the grading system is. When you have standardization in formal education, you have roadmaps, right? Standardization in the traditional grading system is focused on projection. So, not like emotional projection, but projection of one's progress. So like by high school, you should know all these things. By college, you should know all these things. Various skills must be met at a specific time. There's plenty of that. Plenty of that. It's so ironic because the people who say, oh, don't worry about universities, like forget about universities. I learned all this with university. Meanwhile, the YouTube algorithm and the way they sell and how to do things, they're replacing formal education. In my opinion, they're replacing formal education with goal-oriented tasks. That is what formal education does. Like, hey, follow my 1 year step program, and by 1 year, you will become a millionaire. Follow my 3-day program, and you will get to conversational level in target language. This is formal education, but now it's nebulous because none of this on YouTube is standardized. You don't get standardization when there are tons of people offering goal-oriented content. So I don't focus on this. There's plenty out there. If you want someone who is gonna tell you like it takes 1 year to do this, it takes 2 years to do this. I spent 30 years, I spent 60 months, or etc. I spent 1,000 streak learning this. That is goal-oriented thing. That's the new age, in my opinion, the new age goal-oriented thing. Non-standardized grading is the new age thing. So now we have two big schools of thought here. We have formal education, naturally behind the times because standardization takes a very long time. Then we have the gigantic internet worth of goal-oriented, non-standardized grading. They capitalize on non-standardized grading in order to adjust for your amount of progress. Like, oh, I was following this guy managed to do it by 100 days, and they said if I followed the steps, I would get it by 100 days. It's like, oh man, but I'm falling behind. So is that me? Is that my problem? Is that their problem? It's both your problems. It's not standardized. There's no standardization. There's no body or pool of fixed, rigorous, double-blind, statistical backing. It takes a really long time, and if it's not in formal education, it's most certainly not in goal-oriented selling online. So that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying that they're bad or anything. People are passionate, they want to help people. I would advise, in my opinion, encourage voluntarily. This is my personal take. So if I had an advice to give voluntarily, I would encourage the person to find the standardization. So what is standardization? Well, if there are no standards anymore, right? How can I help someone on finding adequate advice if all the majority of advice online is goal oriented? How can I help someone find standardization? Encourage them to learn about themselves. How do you learn right now? How do you learn right now? What makes you angry about learning? What demotivates you about learning? The more of these answers you can answer, you're going to find your standard. And then you can take that standard and find the person that matches your needs. So this is the Socratic method that I'm talking about. I want to ask people the empathetic questions, right? I'm trying to gather as much information as I can about them and ask them questions so that they realize, yeah, Duolingo is not for me. Like, for the very following reasons. Oh, hey, Anki is for me for the very following reasons. I don't care what, like, to me, it's secondary for what you learn from Duolingo, like the semantics. Whatever language you're learning in Anki is independent. And I've got a lot of pushback on this all the time. It's like, well, it depends on the language. Yeah, it depends on like what you're doing and stuff. It's like, the first step is knowing what those dependencies are. I'm literally saying it doesn't depend because you already know what it depends on, right? So you ask the questions that help someone explore what do they need to learn Japanese. Have you asked yourself, what do you need and how do you need it, or what are you going to do to get Japanese into your skull? Me, I like Lotus's compliment. I think it's one of the bigger compliments that I've had in my life, where Lotus mentioned, I'm not sure if he was mentioning in the same context, but Lotus mentioned something like, it's nice that I'm confident, how confident I am about screwing up and learning something. I'm confident that I know myself well enough that I can get myself to learn Japanese. I know what I'm looking for and what my vision of how to become competent in Japanese, not when I'm going to achieve it. How far down is it? What people think of my Japanese? None of that is within my control. I know enough about myself that I can keep myself entertained regardless of what the tool is. If Duolingo gets boring, I'll make Duolingo interesting for me. If Anki gets boring, I'll make Anki interesting for me. I'm always reviewing things because it's interesting. Nothing becomes disinteresting. So I don't ever worry about getting demotivated because I will find other sources of motivation, and that's usually the answer. I've been around standardization for so long that now I'm exploring everything else. So the goal here, the irony here is the goal is you have so much. What is available to you? Like Duolingo, for example. What is available to me using Duolingo? I see it. Now, what can I do with it? What can't I do with it? And how do I add or fix whatever it is, right? And it doesn't have to be the developers because I have no access to developers. If I can't fix Duolingo, I go find something that helps it, right? So you have the YouTube universe of goal-oriented things. Ask yourself, what are you going to take? So this is a buffet table, right? This is a la carte. What combination of all the richness of all these people who spend timeless hours, what special combination of goal-oriented content is going to get you to your standard, whatever way you learn, to reach your goal with a good meal, right? With a good meal for your brain, for your body. So that's kind of how it works. For me, my content is to do something to focus on the thing that's lesser, because why else make content, in my opinion? It's not pragmatic to make content that overlaps with a lot of people. Unfortunately, there's a lot of pragmatic hurdles in the way to do this. When you're doing process-oriented learning, right? Or process-oriented anything, how are you going to do process? Well, there are some brilliant people who do like 30 days in 15 minutes edits of their own experience, right? And yeah, that's a great way to compromise between the format, right? The format. And I don't want to do that. So yes, the hurdle now is that everything I do, in order to illustrate process-oriented learning, you have to actually do all of it. And is all of it important to me? It kind of is. However, there are plenty of people who have lots of resources. If you want to have process-oriented learning, like try to get some of that exposure of what process-oriented learning is like. The key words would be something like, I reviewed something, so you don't have to. So these are like key phrases that you can pick up on someone who's more focused on the process, as in they're using their time and they're going to tell you as much as they can in that time. And things like 30 days in 15 minutes, 100 days of things, here are my thoughts, and it's still very long. They end up being like, they're not even 15 minutes. They can be 30 to 3 hours even. And I can't even summarize 25 days of Japanese from Duolingo in like 8 hours, right? So I'm not very good at that. I'm so terrible at trying to simplify things. But there are individuals out there who do process oriented learning, and that's the people who say like, here's my progress over 200 days and what I've learned over those 200 days. So if you're interested in people who may be like that, those are the key words, right? Oh, I spent here's my 1 month early review of a product. I spent 1 month with this product. Even the more popular people, like for technology and stuff, like MKBHD, he does these things. Like, I used this as my daily driver for a whole month. Here are my thoughts. Those are process-oriented people. When people are selling you something, they're goal-oriented. Like, hey, do you want to get good in Japanese in 1 month? That is goal-oriented. It's appealing to your goals. So you have to ask yourself, is it more important to know the goal? Or is it more important to get a general idea where it can guide your feelings or things that you want to keep in mind during whatever the goal is? So most of the time, my preference is geared towards these types of videos, because I want someone to spend tell me why it's valuable when they spend timeless hours. So my goal is also that I want to summarize as much as I can, but tell you that it takes a really long time to come up with these samples, as opposed to a cross edit that appeals to some goal that everyone wants. And you guys probably already know that goal-oriented content versus, if you're looking at goal-oriented content versus process-oriented, one is more than the other. This is bigger in number because it's more efficient, right? It's easier to make. When I mean by easier to make, as in more efficient to make. So the number itself is higher, and the incentives for making these is higher incentives. So generally, goal-oriented content outnumbers process-oriented content at least 10 to 1. For every 10 videos that is going to tell you, you need this. Something you haven't done. Something you haven't done before. But do this. Do this, but not that. Start now, and you will get to this. There's so many of that, right? This is cost effective. It's also cost effective. It's also very lucrative as well. And then this is time consuming, personal sacrifice. You can't even juggle a social life a lot of times. Like those people, they effectively have to consume their personal life to make those things. And obviously, we're not talking about liars. Like, I know this came up yesterday about liars. We're not talking about you have to know the red flags for liars. Like people who pretend to understand the goals, people who pretend to. We're talking about the earnest people who do this. Pragmatically, you can't argue against this. It's too time consuming. Process oriented is too time consuming. So that means it's already guaranteed that that person has to maximize whatever they're spending their time on. So it's not the same as goal-oriented. Process-oriented, they've already spent a large majority, like lots of their time. So their statements and stuff will be very heavy and refined and all or none kind of thing. Like I spent the last 3 months spending 6 hours doing this. Here are my thoughts. Those create weight. And you don't get many of this. It doesn't mean they're less important. It is really difficult, right? It's very difficult. So I love when I see these things. But at the same time, you got to ask yourself, what are you looking for? If you're having lifestyle issues, in my opinion, like if you don't like the habits you have, like lifestyle stuff, habit stuff, diets, fitness, dealing with lifestyle stuff, look, in my opinion, look for process-oriented keywords. If you're looking to like have a hobby or getting a quick fix, learning casually, you probably use goal-oriented. I know that sounds counterintuitive. A lot of people think like, oh yeah, but I was following this super genius polyglot that can speak 10 languages. This is the long game. It's like, well, what is their content like? It's like, oh, they're telling me to do this and I'll be fluent by 1 year. That's goal-oriented things. You're doing it casually. This is casual. If you're quote unquote, a lot of times people use the word serious. If you're serious, eventually most people find their way to process-oriented learning because this is the long haul, right? So are you in it for a quick fix? Is it important to you to be good at something, right? Or is it really, a quick fix. If it's important for you to be good at something, you're looking for process-oriented stuff. If you're looking for a quick fix, to be a casual, to be involved in the community and not really join them, but these are the contents I would probably recommend. Because they'll tell you fast fixes, efficient fixes, how to get the 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule, fast fixes, and the idea of fast fixes. Some people talked about yesterday. They brought up some names. I looked them up, and sure enough, it's true. The person that was talking about how they spoke lots and lots of languages, it's a hustle. It was a hustle. That's why it's very frowned upon, because goal-oriented content is incentivized to be hustling, as in they have to compete with each other. It's about speed. It's about efficiency. You can measure all these things. I learned something in 30 hours that took you to learn something in 3 months. My way is better. Process-oriented, they don't compare anything. Honestly, there's not even enough time to compare anything. You're not even thinking about your goal. You're thinking about doing the thing. So if I ever give people the impression, some people ask me about what my goals are all the time, right? Like, I think the most common question that approaches me a lot of times is, what's your goal? Are you planning to visit Japan? Are you planning to become fluent in Japan? I think 90 to 100% of the questions, and I may be really, really close to 100. I think even all the people that I've met, privileged to meet, wonderfully understanding, they are still probably goal-oriented people. So the first comment when they saw me was probably something like, why are you learning Japanese? What is the purpose of you learning Japanese? I'm like, well, why not? It will breathe new experiences into my life, whatever it may be. I have no expectations of where this is going to take me. However, I am certainly enjoying it. And when I find myself moderately demotivated, I will change it all up and still continue to do the thing. So this is when I'm streaming. So when I'm like off stream, I know that I must eat today, right? I must meet my caloric and nutritional requirements. I must run for a specific amount of time. So outside the stream, yeah, I'm very goal oriented. On stream, not really. Streaming is a way to, the thing that makes streaming very organic and natural is you don't make it a checklist, right? In my opinion, the most earnest, a lot of people use the word genuine comes up too. Oftentimes, to become naturally genuine, or as well as seriously genuine and charismatic, is to not restrict what you're going to do live. You have YouTube for that. So if you're a person who likes goal-oriented stuff, you set goal-orient, do long format content. Because there is way too much noise in live streaming. You're here for the process, the journey of joining someone's experience, not cutting out all the noise. If you cut out all the noise, you're selling something. You're goal-oriented. And by selling, I mean you're persuasively presenting a case for a goal. If someone asks me, is my goal Japanese fluency? My answer is, if it happens, that's cool. If it doesn't, I haven't thought about it. Like, so I've had the privilege of having both seen a goal-oriented, successful language learner, a very popular one, right? Language learner, and a incredibly successful process-oriented language learner as well, right? And you know what they differ? Well, this is how I became exposed to them. I was looking for reviews of Duolingo, right? Because I need to know where is the perspective of all my critics are coming from. The vast majority of my critics have the opinion of this successful goal-oriented language learner. The ones that I haven't told them who they were, but there is a chance they might have encountered. The people who I find very reasonable and communicate, they probably take and be more open to the perspective of these various ones. And I would classify, sort of loosely classify, there are at least 3 viral ones that when they review Duolingo, their language, use case, critiques, talk about what part of a journey, what part of the process Duolingo has. And in that scape, it's worth it. The people that I get most of the time, because remember 10-to-1, right? So your exposure, mere exposure, would say that even by chance, random chance, it's this side. This side, where someone's going to say, well, if your goal is to be fluent, don't use Duolingo. And these people are also very successful, by the way. It's 2 different successful people, 2 different perspectives. Ask yourself, my challenge to you is ask yourself, who do you benefit from more? Are you the left or are you the right? Or you're a little bit in between, so you kind of want to mix and match. You got to find your standardization. You got to find the person that may be more experienced than you. You got to know what you're looking for. And my advice, I get advice from process-oriented people because I am largely a process-oriented person. I don't get my advice from goal-oriented successful learners. What does a goal-oriented successful learner look like? It looks like 2 or 3 of the polyglots that were mentioned yesterday. They are focused on succeeding in something. How do I hold a conversation in Spanish? Here's what I need to learn. How do I hold a conversation in 10 different languages? Here are all the things to have a casual conversation to make it look like I know how to have a casual conversation. These are goals. Process oriented, I'm going to spend the next 2 or 3 years, however long I want. I'm going to continue. I started something, it doesn't have an end. This is process oriented. When someone says, how long, someone asked me yesterday, how long do you think it will take me to finish Duolingo Japanese course? I'm like, okay, that's a fair question because technically Duolingo has an end for now. My answer, the longest answer is it's never going to end. There's no end for anything I learn. Duolingo will forever be part of my Japanese learning experience. So even if I move on to Anki, Duolingo will be part of that memory. I don't complete something and forget it. It's part of the journey. You don't get to, in my opinion, it's wasteful. I'm going to use the word. It's wasteful for someone like me to say, oh, I used up this time. Now it's not useful anymore. Romaji is not useful anymore because I only used it as a crutch to get to somewhere. I don't think of it that way. If you're goal oriented, you can think of it that way because anything that's not related to your goal is not important. You throw it out. You discard anything that doesn't get closer to your goal. So the question is, what does that review look like? These people look for the do's and don'ts, or like the things that it does have and the things that don't. These people sell you on what they want to look at, what they want to see. Usually, what they want to see that are important, right? They're selective to their goals. What is important to their goal? They'll see those and not anything else, because that's part of their goals. So that's what happens. If you see me, I'm using Duolingo, the person criticizing me is saying, this is a Duolingo guy, so they must only use Duolingo, because from the goal-oriented content, people who are on Duolingo are stuck on Duolingo. That's actually statistically correct. The vast majority of people who start with Duolingo don't branch out from Duolingo. They get emotionally attached, they get rudimentary feedback, and they get stuck on there. That's the app. That's what app design does. So it tells me that a vast majority of Duolingo users are unaware of this. They are not understanding their own standardization, their own motivation, the needs that they require. If you do understand that, I will go and look for another app that can beat Duolingo in that. Can Anki beat Duolingo in the thing these people need? The answer is no. It is a gigantic no. If you can't get someone to learn something with Duolingo and you remove the thing that's keeping them using Duolingo and recommending something that doesn't provide that, the answer is no. They will not adopt that. One thing you can do is scare them. Scare them, which is a tactic that most people use, away from their goal. So first they ask, oh, do you want to become fluent in Japanese? Stop using Duolingo. That's scare. That's a fear. That's fear tactics. And it's goal-oriented fear tactics. What does this sound like? I would ask them, what makes you want to use Duolingo, my friends? What is interesting about Duolingo that makes it? Well, you know, I kind of like the streak system and the leaderboard. Like, well, if I told you that I will give you a schedule with Anki, right? And then pretend like they're goals. Maybe I'll give you a pat on the back or something to reward you. And I gave you a schedule of what you need to cover in Anki, right? Would you be willing to do that? It's like, well, yeah, it's kind of like Duolingo reminding me to do my lessons and you give me something for it. And it's like, okay, let's do that. And then what happens is you integrate what Duolingo does for this person and get them to use something that a goal-oriented person keeps saying it's fundamentally better. Like, well, no, it's not. It does something that Duolingo doesn't do, and you think it's better for that reason. You are so narrow-minded that you do not contribute to integrating the thing that keeps them on Duolingo. So for me, if I were to encourage someone to show them the way of Anki, I would use what they already know how to do and then incorporate the Anki stuff and let them decide. They will naturally become aware of what is better or what's not, because you're establishing two different habits, right? So that's kind of a big thing, and I totally neglected Sub-Zero. Let me see. Part of the reason I can't wait to be fully done with my master's, I really enjoy all the material, but I don't feel like I have enough time to fully grasp it at a comfortable pace within each semester. I see. So I end up doing the efficient method and focus on recognizing patterns instead of actually learning. Yeah, that can be... If you learn enough to be happy and satisfied, it sounds like maybe you might not be happy or satisfied. Sometimes efficiency saves time to make time for the things you care about. You know what I mean? Like, so I imagine there are other important things that you're saving time for. So that's why you choose to make efficient choices with some of your university things in order to make time for things that you may find very important, right? I once asked someone how long they've been learning a language, and I was told that it was like asking a woman how old she is. I guess that person was a bit goal-oriented and embarrassed to admit how long they had been at it. My take on that is, yeah, you're right. I actually would lean towards that. Because if you ask me how long I've been learning a language, I would ask you back, it's like, why do you think there's a time? Like, why is time relevant to learning a language? So, like, why is it even important? I would ask back. It's like, and if you say, well, it's important for X, Y, and Z, then I'll give you a time, right? Sub-Zero, like, because I need to understand how important is it to you that you need to know how long I've been learning a language. Because the real answer is I'm still learning the language until the day I die. The language you use, the language you care about, you learn language until you die. The answer is it's irrelevant how long it is. However, if you say, oh, because I want to know when you started, like you can express something like, I want to know how long someone has been, like where their starting point is. And then I want to give an idea of how long they expect to continue doing that. Then I'll give you a time, because I know that it gives me the impression that it is important to you. If it's not, then I would probably give you a rhetoric and say, why does it matter how long I've been learning a language? It shouldn't matter to you either, because you're going to use it for the rest of your life, right? Hopefully. If it's not right, then we're on a different page, so we can determine how we differ, right? How we differ on that page. And let's see. I'm embarrassed to admit how long that has been at. I didn't really see it that way. I was more interested in how long they've been invested and interested in learning it. Yeah. Either that, or perhaps be afraid to be judged by other people. Yes. Who are goal-oriented, right? Because goal-oriented means that there's a way to judge, right? Judgment comes from standardization. If you don't have any standards, how do you judge anything? Right? This is logic. I'm obviously applying logic now, as opposed to like philosophy or anything. In order to judge something, you need a standard. So where do you get standards? Goals. If they have to be goal-oriented to have standards. If you ask someone that is without goals, their first question is, why does it matter? So if you ever get, this is my conversation a lot of times. Someone asked me like, so how long did it take you to get your PhD? I'm like, it took me 7 years. It's like, oh, I was told that it took about like, yeah, that sounds about right. 4 to 5 years. And like, I mean, it could have taken me 12 years. I absolutely loved my work environment, but it wasn't pragmatic. Right? Like I had an unhealthy relationship with my PhD. That's why I stopped. And also people have standards. The university have standards. Right? They have to meet a standard. At the time, it's usually between 4 years ideally and 7 years max. So I was at the max because I wasn't concerned, and my mentors were. That's why my mentors were important to me, because I wasn't concerned when I was done. It's never done to me. Like there's no end to being a scientist, right? It never ends. It still hasn't ended. I'm still not in science, but all that stuff never ends. So what you got to have standards. That's pragmatism. And in the professional world, jobs get done with standards. Jobs get done with goals. So if you're a hobbyist, one of the defining lines between a job and a hobby is job has goals. Hobby, in my opinion, don't have goals. Otherwise, in my opinion, psychologically, you will drain all the passion out of your hobby. The hobby will get wrecked by expectations, standardizations. You will stop painting something because the standard is too high for you. You'll stop enjoying and observing all the nooks and crannies, all the errors you make, how to turn those errors into nice things because standardization told you they're wrong. So one of the biggest distinctions between a hobby and a job is one is goal-oriented and one isn't. If you ask, I watched a really adorable collab between two of the random people that I used to watch. Magnus, the rock climber Magnus, Magnus Meatball, and PewDiePie, right? PDP, and the thing they discussed was rock climbing, and Magnus presented the question to PewDiePie. He's like, why don't you do this rock climbing? Why don't you produce this rock climbing thing as a channel? And PewDiePie answered and said something so remarkable that's reflection in this. I want to keep something to myself. Like, if I make this into a channel, this would end up becoming a job. I'd be obligated to meet standards. I need something to myself where I can just feel it out, process oriented, like enjoy the journey. That's what I mean. Like, there's a time and place for these things. So, is learning language a job to you? Does it give you reward? Does it give you credibility? Stick with goal-oriented thinking, for sure. Have you asked me what I think of Japanese? It's not a job. I'm not here to become fluent in Japanese. I don't have to be fluent. I don't have the goal of doing that. And I'm very happy because it's a hobby. Hobbies are incredibly happy. Like, if you're kicking yourself and saying, oh man, I'm just not getting as good, it's no longer a hobby, dude. For the sake of your mental health, if your hobby is causing you negative stress over and over again, it's no longer a hobby, it's a job. And that distinction can help a lot of people, because then they can go and rediscover their hobbies. Every 30 days ish for Japanese learning with Duolingo, I'm trying to redefine my hobby. As in, I'm trying to do something to remind myself how wonderful it is, how new it is, how refreshing it is. A job, you're in it for 4 or 5 years, same thing, maybe slightly iterative. And even in like a really highly intellectual thing like science 90% of the time is still same and iterative, like wet work, data analyses. So you're building on something that's incredibly standardized. So if you're unhappy about something, enjoy the process a little bit more. If you think you're slacking off too much and you need more structure, you might want to treat it more like a job, like be a little bit more firm. But the idea is you're striking a balance between the two. Some goals, some process, right? And you get to define where that job and hobby line is. It still comes down to somebody's going to say, it depends on the person. It's like, yes, it does depend on the person. But if the person knows what they need, right? If they're self-aware of what they know they need, they determine where they are. So, no, it's independent, in my opinion. Humbly so. It's independent if the person is self-aware enough, right? They can go find wherever it is. And that's where, in my opinion, the confidence comes from. If you're always constantly worried that, oh, am I going to screw up? Am I going to be filled with regrets? Well, if you know what you need, just confidence and lack of regret follows suit. And many of the conversations between successful YouTubers and content creators that are constantly not in the scandals and deception and stuff, their first thought is, yeah, it's hard to even think about regret. Like, people don't, like, you don't do things to be regretful about it. It's kind of weird. Like, why spend so much time worrying about regret and waste? If you're worried about time already, man, spending all the time to deal with regret and waste, that's even more time lost. So, yes. Anyways, that's a wrap up. Enjoy life, find where your goals are. But I can tell you now, I am making content that isn't available on YouTube because I enjoy it. It's nice to think outside the box. At the same time, I only need to go to YouTube to get reminded of all the other things. So it's an excess. So I don't like doing things that are in excess. Like, I prefer to talk to all the people who are. And I think the vast majority of people I've encountered over learning Japanese are goal-oriented people. And that's fantastic. They're young, goal-oriented people as well. Passionate, fast, talking about streaks, talking about like how extraordinary they are. That's very youthful and it's very vibrant. And I'm old and very process-oriented. So, yeah. I'm just imagining them telling you, all right, we gotta wrap this up. Yeah, we gotta wrap this up. Actually, that's kind of funny because the person that I like, Lost in the Pond, he makes that soft joke all the time during his videos. He's not a live streamer, but he makes a sort of long formatted content. And he keeps always referring to his director, his producer / director. It's like, well, yeah, no, Lawrence, like, you're taking too much time to cover this. Like, he does that. And when you say, all right, it's time to wrap this up, it's kind of like the self-talk that he does all the time. And I do that a lot too. In my mind, I'm keeping track of the amount of time that I'm using because I wanted to get at least an hour. I want these digressions to be at least an hour. So yeah, I'm wrapping it up now, actually. But thank you for the opportunity to express this. Although I wasn't as good as wrapping it back to the original, where do we actually start? It's probably about detail-oriented things, right? Oh, I know where it started. The whole idea of trying to do something with a tool, right? There's no keyboard function here for this. It all starts there. Well, if there isn't a keyboard function here, you can create it in your head. If this is forcing you to do something, challenge yourself to do something else in the middle. Just like yesterday's message, be better than the tools, right? Because you're a human being. You're more creative than the tool. Someone called me a tool yesterday, which was really funny. It's a dad joke. Is Duolingo good for learning a new language? How do you learn a new language right now, Koi? How do you learn a new language now? Is this your first time? Would this be your first time? If you were to use Duolingo, Koi. I think it's definitely worth considering how you learn new things. The short answer is, I can probably summarize quickly, Koi, if Duolingo is good for learning a language for specific people. Some things that Duolingo can help with is if you lack structure. So if you're a person who needs structure, so if these are some of your needs for learning a language or learning things in general, not just a language, if you need structure, so that means you need these things. So you lack structure, consistency, maybe motivation. These are big ones. Consistency, motivation, and lack of structure. If you get easily overwhelmed, so if you're someone who gets overwhelmed very quickly, as in you need something that's slower per se and repetitious. If any of these things ring a bell for you, then Duolingo can offset these. That's what it has to offer if you're saying if it's good. What Duolingo doesn't do, if you need things to be explained explicitly, that's a big one. Explained explicitly, this is not it. Duolingo will not help, will do minimal of this. Oh, and hands-on, if you're more of a hands-on person, So just do versus know what you're doing, right? It's the counter of this. If you like to get corrected, like if you're concerned with being right all the time, then this is not, it's not Duolingo. It's not technically, it won't enforce being right. Duolingo is mistake prone, as in you make mistakes, and so potentially Duolingo does make mistakes too. It's about the habit of just doing as opposed to knowing. So we'll just focus on this stuff. So you can imagine then the not Duolingo is a lot of opposite of it. So if any of these things like fill your checklist, boy, perhaps consider Duolingo. Otherwise, there are other tools which I can't comment on. But other tools that are not Duolingo would be Lingyu, mentioned a lot. Anki isn't technically a substitution, but flashcards by means of Anki. Tae Kim's guide, if you're into like the kind of like the rigorous textbook, unadulterated kind of things. What else? Immersion, I guess. Immersion is too spurious, so I will put this in quotation because it can be anything. Anime, reading, full exposure. But Take Him, I think that's the one. Take Him can be cool. Tofuku actually has a beginner thing as well. Boy. And these are very specific to Japanese, because I cannot feel comfortable in saying anything else about Duolingo. I do not know if Duolingo is useful for other contexts. What Duolingo doesn't offer is standardization. So what I mean by standardization is not all languages are supported the same way. So depending on, there is a dependence because no standardization. What language you're trying to learn, be careful. The only advice I can kind of make commentary on is Japanese, if that helps. That's the shortest spiel I can get without spending another 4 or 5 hours on it. All right, and that's a wrap up. Right, that's a wrap up. End of the digression. I'm gonna take a bathroom break so I know when to cut this video for tonight. And I'll be right back. And we'll get back to language learning. Thanks, guys. Okay. Something kind of smells like it's on fire. No alarm, no alarm. It's fine. It's actually probably the furnace. Today was a unusually nippy day in a spring day. Probably the furnace starting up again and kind of smells smoky. Okay. All right.
彼氏はどんな人ですか？
Kareshi. Kareshi wa donna hito desu ka? Yeah, what is your boyfriend like? とても元気な人です。Very lively, sure. Also, genki. Genki is a non-adjective, of course.
私の誕生日。
Tanjobi. Birthday. Watashi no tanjobi. I don't remember who wished me a birthday in Japanese, but they already did. Like in March. I don't remember. But that's where Tanjobi. I saw Tanjobi.
優しい彼女
Yasashi kanojo. A nice girlfriend, sure.
彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Oh, and Yasashi was highlighted as a new word because now we're going back to people.
彼氏は優しい人ですか？彼氏は優しい人ですか？彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Okay.
花さん、彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Alright, I get it. We're not learning any new words. I'm feeling so depressed. Sorry.
誰とデートに行きますか？
Deto. Of course it's Deto. Okay. Dare. Oh, Dare. Brought back Dare. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I can't. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I thought the English sentence in my head, but I'm like, where is it? Who are you going with? Who are you going? Oh my gosh, going on a date with? Sorry. It's with whom? With whom are you going on a date with? I'm just kidding. That's why I had trouble looking for the first words. Who are you going on a date with? That's the start of that entire digression, by the way. You can't input with whom are you going on a date with.
デート。
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
That's a word I'll never use. With whom? Yeah. So here's a funny English thing, right? And I find myself making this quote unquote error. Oh, date? Oh, date. Oh, I'm sorry. I have gone on a date before, I think. Oh, okay. Here's a little bit of a teaser. Maybe a story for another day because I have to conserve it. A teaser. I have been on, I'm gonna say 3 unintentional dates. I'll let you. I have been on intentional ones too, but yeah, unintentional dates.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
It's what happens when you live on a cultural divide. Culturally, someone else might have considered it as a date, and I had no idea.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。彼女
what?
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。の
誕生日
誕生日
Wait.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
Oh, date.
デートに行きます。
Wait. I'm missing something.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
Oh.
に
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Wait. Hold up.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
That's a... How does that even happen? It happens. All right. I'll give a really quick thing, right? Kid. I was a kid. Stereotypically, I was a boy, right? I am a boy, I guess, right? I'm a boy, but I'm older mentally. I cared about certain things that make me more welcoming to females. You can read into it all you want. Like it's funny because I'm being deliberately nebulous about this. The reason why you might be thinking, oh, but wait, you mean you were a girl now or something? No. That's not what I'm saying. I was born older, like more man. I was born with a mental acuity. I just didn't care about certain things, right? So it made me more welcoming to females. So I talk to lots of females when I'm younger, right? They resonate because we talk about like feelings and life and like stuff like that, right? So I'm around females a lot. Well, when you hang out with females as, you know, a male, and then you splash in some Chinese culture, about certain social norms that are expected, and females come from a different culture, right? I mean, I'm sure people watch enough anime where this happens even within a culture, but imagine having multicultural interactions. Well, you can use your imagination where that misunderstanding could come from, right? The courtesies and ways of hanging out with people are kind of different, right, between these two. And obviously I was young, inexperienced, and still trying to figure out what it's like to be multicultural. So some of the stuff that I did gives people different impressions, and that's where it leads to that situation. It led to much more than just that, but some really weird ones. But maybe a story for another time. 彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。Yeah, so this is an occasion, a time in which, so the ni particle. This is actually the first time Duolingo used double knees with two different like types of knees, right? Two different types of knees here. That's kind of interesting. Grammatically. Not explained, obviously. Not explained. No grammatical explanation for that. Okay. When is your boyfriend's birthday? Oh. Interesting.
彼氏
彼氏の
の誕生日
誕生日は I was gonna say itsu. Oh, it's grouped together.
いつです
Yeah,
か
see, this is what I mean by I know what I'm looking for, but it's not guaranteed how it's grouped together. I was looking for itsu, and then I was looking for des and ka. I was looking for like 3 blocks down here. But it's gone faster, where now if I don't see 3 blocks, then I'm looking for 1 block which groups them together. So that's kind of the things that you can use to your advantage if you want. Generally speaking, the thing that I found myself doing every once in a while is looking for the first thing, right? Looking for E and assume the rest is there. And that's bad. That, to me, for myself, I'm saving time, but I'm doing less. If you know what I mean. So this is a great example of something that what I'm currently doing now is to prevent myself from doing this, which is you look for the first thing. If all the other things are different, then you can't mix it up. So that's the right answer. What I do is I know the answer, then I look for it. Otherwise, you're going to do something like this, where you look for the first thing as little as you can, and then this is the right answer. You don't need to know the rest. You don't need to even look at this. This stuff can be invisible because you only need to know E, right? E and T, right? Instead of E, right? And that's it. So those are the habits. I absolutely agree. So you can use a keyboard here, right? You can enter it. If you use a keyboard, it will prevent that from happening. There's no way you could do it. There's no accident you can do it. However, the keyboard also do things that the word bank doesn't do, which is autocorrect, suggest things, lots of things, right? So it's a pros and cons kind of deal. Don't want to get into it too much right now, but that's how I'm circumventing them. So it took me a while. It slowed me down to look for itsu, right? Itsu desu ka? Itsu desu ka? Since they decide to group them together, even though I was looking for three separate things, because itsu, des, and ka are 3 separate things, not one thing. That's a Duolingo thing to help people in a way if they're still struggling at this point. In my opinion, I would say people will still struggle with this. If they were separated, if itsu was separated, it could lead to an error a lot of times. But it's not that they're trying to be tricky. A lot of times it's great to cluster things. So what is the benefit of clustering this? It's a common phrase, possibly. Itsu desu ka is a very common phrase, or question formation. Do desu ka? Doko desu ka? Right? Those things, nan desu ka? Nanji, nanji desu ka? Or nanji, insert predicate and something. The question stuff tends to have a lot of clustering, and the clustering can get you to fetch very commonly used phrases. So I think that's the motivation that they have in clustering this. Now, they did teach you all these things separately at first. On occasion, because of the number of the word bank, maybe some pragmatic reasons and all that stuff, clustering does help with the speed. Because whenever someone says, like, how is it? Do desu ka? It comes out as one cluster. However, I constantly remind myself that do, des, and ka are 3 separate things, right? We do a lot of shortcuts all the time in language. We group them so much, and certain particles even have expectations. So I started grouping implicit expectations with specific particles. So if it was arranged in a certain way, I already have some idea of what the next thing has to be. And soon that will become second nature. Just like you're able to anticipate how someone completes a sentence and whatnot. It's a kind of a natural process, right? And if you're wrong, you can immediately change it really quickly. And that part you can practice by doing what I'm doing, which is to come up with the answer, come up with your own answer, or like however you want to feel it, and then see if that's what that is. You were popular among the girls as a kid, but at the time I was so young that I thought girls were gross. gross. By the time I hit puberty and gained interest back, I didn't have the same magnet effect as before. I see. So you were the cute kid. Nice. You were the cute kid. Low key. I'm just gonna be low key. I have always been that kid that runs towards adversity, right? Or being a part of adversity. So I tend to be that person that people share things with. So when you're around millennial males, I suppose, I'm not going to be too general about this, it was still the social norm to keep things, you know, to bottle it up, to not express that. It's something you deal with. And I deal with it quite a lot, not just for being male, right? There's other cultural things. And oftentimes the way I don't seem emotionally interested a lot of times, like too over rambunctious or emotional, like, you know, like in a external way, like a physical or aggressive, girls found me very approachable in that time, in the days of my environment. So they often find that me listening a lot and making comments that are incredibly reasonable, aka mature of an adult, right? What you would expect because of the whole, like, how priorities in biology integrate with behavioral predilections of female versus male. That turned out that it's very comforting that a lot of times girls have problems, things go wrong, relationships get broken up, like all that stuff. And I just happen to be that guy who don't react like the other guys. So I sit there and listen to them and say things that help them with their problems, you know, emotionally and whatnot. I'm not defending anyone per se. I'm only in consideration of the person that is expressing their problems and feelings. So that's largely what made it seem a lot closer. And then you sprinkle on the we're hanging out as friends deal, and then my cultural social norms then make it look like it's kind of like a date, and that happens a lot when I was younger. And it's because I was ignorant and young. There was no possible way, no matter how mature I was, there's no way you can substitute for a lack of experience. So I wouldn't know what I did to constitute, like, oh, I've crossed the line, or I didn't cross the line, but like I'm giving mixed messages or something. I wasn't aware of that because I was fairly naive, and I simply cared about the well-being of the person. And when it's a male and a female, mixed messages. So it happened quite a bit. I'm sure she's okay with it. I talk about one of my best friends, or one of the closer friends I have now. She probably feel the same way too. So it's happened multiple times. Like, well, I can't, you know, it's not something that I think about very often. When I care about someone, it's indiscriminate. I care about someone regardless of their gender, right? If they spend time with me, I must do my best to be compassionate. It just so happens that when you're a young kid, in my time, boys don't do that. They don't until they're much older. And even then, maybe not so much because of social norms. At least culturally, where I was raised, it's still not common. On the internet nowadays, though, it's an asset, if you know what I mean. Like, I use it as an asset. So in the confidence, in privacy, like when I see people who are maybe even at risk or something, I might reach out. Otherwise, the thing that I've been doing since a very long age, like age old ago, all that stuff, it's something useful. You learn how to listen to people. right? I mean, I sound like a sap, but it's really pragmatic. It doesn't make me cry or anything. I'm not gonna go out and do something. It doesn't impact my emotions that much. It's largely because I want to be helpful. Not in the sense of, this is what you do to become fluent in Japanese. It's more like, how do you feel? Are you okay today? Like, did you sleep well? Have you had time for yourself? That kind of thing. Have people been putting you down because the internet keeps telling you that your progress should be faster? That kind of thing. So it translated. Now on the internet, it's like, this is the thing that most people still don't talk about, and it becomes very second nature. It's probably the one skill that I would say I kept since I was young, because you need to deal with all of that. When I was younger, I had to deal with a lot of that. How do you survive all that? Well, I mean, if there's anyone that can at least glean some experience, it would probably be someone who grew up in 3 different cultural backgrounds, and those cultural backgrounds all pretty much hate you for what you are, and then you violated a lot of social norms while you were young. That's how you get internet hardy. How do you get hardy against internet? I have a childhood with a lot of adversities, I suppose. I had a lot of privileges too. Don't get me wrong. I had a lot of privileges too. It also helps you appreciate privileges. We're going on a date on my boyfriend's birthday. Are you now? Okay.
彼氏の誕生日
誕生日に
デート
に行きま... Oh, you're not gonna say 行きましょう?
行きます
Oh, no, I guess the past, like, it's someone else. Like, should we go on a date on my... I was gonna be like, should we go on a date for my boyfriend's birthday or something like that? Like a different type of phrasing is what I was looking for. 彼氏の誕生日にデート Yes, デートに行きます So far the vocabulary is not coming in. Come on, give me more. A watch. I can get behind that. The other 2 aren't new though. バレーボール新聞 and ude no yes ude do ke ude do ke
腕時計
ude do ke okay sure ude do ke is fine
腕時計
ude do ke
腕時計
okay sure
大きい腕時計
okay ude do ke wait a big watch a director interesting
青い靴
Aioi. Blue, but in a different way?
青い靴
Why is this new?
青い靴
I guess I haven't ever said blue shoe. What?
青い靴
How's this new? We already had blue. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up use cases for blue. I don't actually understand how that... Are there different use cases? Kono aoi... what are you looking at? Scotto? Yeah, scatto.
スカートは
Scatto wa... Oh, kawaii desu ne. This is old school right here. Scatto? Scatto was like unit 4, section 1. That is a throwback right there. It feels like eternity ago. It feels like eternity ago since Scato. Kono aoi scato wa kawaii desu ne.
青いカバンを買います
Aoi kaban o kaimasu. Okay. Kaban o kaimasu. I'm going to buy a blue bag. Also, something that's different now is they're expressing future. So when we were first introduced to aoi and kaban, not so much kaimas. Kaimas came out a little later. So now they're translating it differently now. Before it was present. They keep emphasizing translation to the present tense. So what's missing here now in a grammar point, which I'm not sure if they have a grammar point on this. They might. I'm pretty sure they have. That Japanese have two tenses, right? Two tenses. And it often is non-pass when it comes to like time. Non-pass and present. Pass. Non-pass and pass, which includes future and present. And before they use present tense without context. So present tense without context. Then they introduce future. They introduce translation into the future with context. Like kyo, introduce all the times. Kyo, raishu, maishu, konshu, ima, ashita, and stuff. Now they're doing future. Now they're writing future translations, but it doesn't necessarily have that much context of when, right? So it's kind of weaning off and stuff. This is technically the translation approach is a little bit different than before, back from like unit 4. Just some noticeable trends in their change up. And it's not written anywhere. I don't think it's written anyways. Maybe describing non-pass. That's about it. Okay, I'm going to buy a blue bag. Sure.
高いプレゼント
Purezento. Not to be confused with purezen, which happens to be presentation. Like, what the heck? Why isn't presentación? I'm just kidding. I don't mind that. And then now with to, it's present. Wait, you know what? I wonder how they differentiate between desato and desert. I doubt they have. I doubt. I'm not sure if they adopted the word for desert. Probably something else. I don't even know if there are actual desert landscapes in Japan, if you think geographically. So they might end up adopting a word for desert. Right? Curious. Anyways. Inexpensive present.
彼女のプレゼントを買います 彼女の
presento.
プレゼント
presento.
を
買います?
買います彼女のプレゼントを買います
どんなプレゼントを買いますか
What are you going to buy? What kind of present are you going to buy? Atarashi. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Ude doke. That's gonna be. What were you saying? If there's a word for dessert in Japanese? Yeah, desert. Sorry. And I just did the English thing. Yeah. Is there a word for desert in Japanese? Jamie? Oh, Sapoku. Okay. There you go. Is there a adopted word for desert in katakana? Yep. What is it? Tell me, Jay. Tell me what it is. What is the katakana for desert? No way. That can't be right. Desato? No. Wait. Then what? Can you look up what's dessert? I thought desato. Okay, so they're using that same kana, right? The same katakana for desato for desert, and not anything else, right? Oh wait, is that? It's the same for dessert? Oh boy. Oh boy. It's not a problem because we have sabaku. Sabaku works. But there's a kanji for desert. I don't know if that makes a difference. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the kanji for sabaku, which makes sense. That was my commentary. I'm trying to explain my commentary. Sorry. Chinese have desert. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's probably the kanji borrowed from Chinese. Yeah. That you were asking what my comment or inferring, trying to get a context for my commentary. My commentary was desato and desato because present, right? Present, present is presentation. But honestly, I thought they were going for present. As in present, as in presento. Right? Presento is present. Not present as in presentation. And not present as in the present tense. Yeah. So that's why I was thinking of desato, which was introduced by Duo, but they haven't introduced desert yet. Which, thank you. Yeah, as in, yeah, this is as in gift. Yeah. So they're using presento as gift. Present is presentation, and present technically would also be present tense, but we'll see if there. How do you say present in English? I mean, not English, in Japanese, like the here, now, present. What is the Japanese word for present? As in right now, present. That's probably a Japanese word too, in hiragana or kanji or what have you. On favor of dropping loan words from Japanese, I think it's fun. Honestly, I wouldn't be having as much fun if the Englishnism isn't bleeding into Japanese. And what I mean is, I like that I can remember presento. If I didn't know English, right, and they didn't have presento, right? Presento, I wouldn't be able to distinguish between gift and presentation. But because they did that, I can distinguish between a present and presentation in Japanese, right? But you technically can't in English without context. Like in this very context, you can probably, but you technically can't. No language in modern times doesn't use borrow. Yeah, it is fair. That's a fair statement. Don't why fight against it when you can embrace it and find all the fun things about it? At least that's how I'm remembering things. So perhaps I'm not here to convince you to feel nice about it, but it's certainly fun to talk about it. For me, at your expense. Sorry, Jamie. This is a selfish act. Don't presentを買いますか? 新しい Oh yeah, I was practicing the watch. 腕時計腕時計 腕時計 K 腕時計新しい腕時計を買います。腕時計を買います。Okay. Sure.
おしゃれな帽子。
Oh. Shade. Wait, why is this new too?
おしゃれな。
Yeah, it didn't change in meaning either. Oh. No, I already know it was a non-adjective as well. Huh. Why are you highlighting this as new? Oh yeah, Ima, that's true. Lotus already introduced me to Ima, I guess fair. That can also represent present or now, right? That's fair. And then Genzai, interesting. I think the present probably is more for Genzai. It kind of seems like a state, right? This Zai kind of reminds me of a state of presence, of present. And then this is like a more like a time destination kind of thing, time location kind of thing, or like means. Yeah, exactly what Lotus just said. I'm like, yeah, probably Genzai, because Genzai feels more like a state. Yeah, it's a state of being, like a state. Mostly foods end up borrowed or inventions, and then also Neo-Latin and Greek used in science engineering. Yeah, yep. So that becomes common to professional terms. Yep. And they all almost even become professionally, formally acceptable as well. You go to a sushi place and do not, you know, let me have this raw fish roll as opposed to sushi. Yeah, but I agree with you, Lotus. I mean, that was the impression I've already gotten, where I gleaned from understanding how Ima is being used. So I just assumed the other one, or presume it's likely that Genzai is the one that's analogous to the present. So I don't know. I don't understand why this is new. This is highlighted new. Oshare na boshi. Yeah, no idea. A stylish hat. It's been used for stylish and fashionable
おしゃれな。
before, and in a na, in the attributive form, or the attributive position. Okay. Oh no, where's Indy? Indy? Of all the review exercises,
階段、お手洗い。も、
all the sushi and sashimi are also named with Japanese names except like California roll. Yep. Yep. It's not even sushi as well. Like ramen. Oh man, my Chinese thing is coming from that though. Ramen, soba, tempura. And then we have the others. It doesn't even have to be Japanese, right? Croissant. Bisque. Even just like the word bisque. Catalan, Castilla, well, Castella, if you want to go with that. Or like in the United States, you would have things like taco, quesadilla, enchilada, hito, yes, hito. That's super Keigo polite for you already knew, just having some fun. What the? Wait, are you serious? Oh my gosh. Okay. Mogo. Blah 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 blah. Ga ari hashiko. Wait. Tashiko. Oh, that hurts my head. I'm done. Love this. You advance. All right. I get the parts though. I see the parts. Oh, interesting. Yeah, already know. So you conjugate. Okay. Oh, you ended with ka? Interesting. Huh. Oh, I get it. It's kind of like the... Fair enough. I understand. That kanji, though. Okay. It's fine. Otearai mo... Otearai mo... Nikai desu ka?
2回ですか
Okay. Although I think, in my opinion, Mandarin gets a short end of the stick when it comes to like the borrowed English words. No bias whatsoever, right? Like Chow Mei Fun or Chow Mei Fun. Sorry. Yikes. I still think it's fine. I'm really used to it because my parents operated a Chinese American restaurant. But ooh. Chow Mei Fun. Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken. Oh, and we stay away from even though nowadays the internet is really great about this. What you call it? Roasted pork. Roast pork is how Fujianese people Americanizes chashu, right? Chashu is roasted pork. It's literally chashu, but we specifically use the phrase roasted pork, and it created a lot of miscommunication a lot of times when people, because when you go in and you order like, what's the roasted pork like, and immediately it's not chashu. That's not what they're going to think. So even then I thought about it and like reflecting upon my youth, I would thought if we decided, right, the menu decide to say chashu, right, instead of roasted pork, might have been pretty identifiable. Although chashu is kind of hard to say, in my opinion, even as an English speaker. You would love to, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it. I grew up as an American, so the palate, I didn't specifically had any particular palate. I did quite enjoy it. My parents really did all they could to make it stand out. They no longer run. They retired from the restaurant business after I left the nest for college. You're doing lots better at Japanese than I did so far. I have a lot of trouble with having two syllables? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, do you mean by the pronunciation? I don't know if I'm doing anything because I haven't really been focusing on that, but I appreciate the compliments. I hope you find whatever it is that make you feel, oh, the hirakana and katakana. I see. Yeah. Well, I hope you find something that works for you as well. I like talking about it. Staring at these things all the time, it makes it kind of really normal. I hate you can't choose one or the other. Which team are you on? Rest. Which team are you on? I don't know. I'm a little biased, but I'm on team Hirakana. Fight me. I'm just kidding. I'm kind of on team Hirakana if I am being honest with myself. I don't care what Lotus thinks. He can go back in the closet. Shut up, Lotus. I don't want to hear what you're saying. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Y'all got teams. I don't know. Something about I like writing Hirakana because of something about the Hirakana fits with my natural tendencies with writing. So I kind of am biased towards Hirakana. For now. It doesn't help that katakana are largely borrowed words for the sake of borrowing, and then I get really there are a lot of things I have to work on while reading katakana. No, I don't mean it, Lotus. You can stay, but peer from the feed in the storage locker. Kanojo はおしゃれな what are we doing? Oh, hito? Come on. That's a stretch. For lively. I was gonna say kirei desu, but okay. Oh, I needed a noun. Never mind. I was do kirei hito desu. I mean, oh no, wait. Can you do that or no? Probably kawaii. Wait, actually, kirei. Can you use that to describe a person? You probably can't, right? How do you describe a person as pretty? It's probably something else, right? Give me a word that you can use to express pretty, but for a person. It's probably a different word. Because so far it hasn't been used to describe a person, so I'm going to assume that's not the case. How do you say a person is pretty? Lotus, don't leave me hanging. Actually, Sub-Zero, do you know? Does anyone know? Also, speaking of Chinese restaurant food in the US, it's, fake Chinese food with fake Chinese names like Starbucks, fake Italian. No, and no, but fair enough. Oh, it's the same way? Oh, fictitious. You can use kirei to describe a person? Okay, cool. Cool. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, yeah. It's Chinese food created by Chinese food. Created by Chinese people. I don't know about Starbucks. I don't speak for Starbucks, but that is a fake, genuine. That's a vocabulary that I don't prescribe to, I suppose. It's kind of like all the people who think that they learn fake Japanese because they're not Japanese. Can't relate to that terminology. Are you a fake basketball player if you didn't learn basketball from where basketball originated? Anojo wa oshare na hito desu.
おしゃれな財布を買います
Oshare na. My parents are Chinese people, so my parents are Chinese people. I mean, the dish is Americanized versus what you might get in China. That doesn't make it fake Chinese food. I'm okay with the phrase Americanized Chinese, but it doesn't make it fake Chinese food. Oshare na, and also it's not true actually, but we don't want to get into a deep cut about it's not true. It's not all or none. But if you say yes, like Jamie did, say yes, then you're an all or none person who, that's fine, I suppose. If one person's an idiot, then everyone else is an idiot. If one person is incompetent, then all of the people are incompetent. You weren't saying it's inferred. It's inferred. It's not fake Chinese food. It's Americanized Chinese food. If you're not saying that it's fake, what part of it is fake? Actually, let's think about it that way. Let's remove, since you're not talking about Chinese things, what's fake food? I'm curious. Like, I'm naturally curious. Like, can you explain to me what is fake food? Are you suggesting that my parents are selling Chinese food and saying it's authentic Chinese, so therefore it's fake? Like that type of fake? Like telling someone I'm a polyglot because I barely speak 4 languages, that type of fake? I don't really know what definition you're going for. Oshare na saifu o kaimasu. I'm going to buy a stylish wallet.
おしゃれなジャケットはどうですか
I've been told I'm a fake Chinese and a fake American before. I get used to that too. It's probably the same thing. I'm a fake Chinese person because I didn't live in China. That's probably the same fake you're using. If I had to glean something, you can correct me. Like I'm perfectly open to that. I'm very used to these types of terminology in my life.
おしゃれなジャケットはどうですかおしゃれなジャケットはどうですか
おしゃれなジャケット Wait, where's ジャケット? Oh.
ジャケット
ジャケットは something.
どうですかおしゃれなジャケットはどうですか
Okay. How about the fat stylish jacket?
かわいいネックレス
I mean, if you went to some place in China, expected to get the same dish prepared the same way, fair enough. But it's not fake Chinese food. It's Chinese food. It's Americanized Chinese food. So if you go and get Americanized Chinese food, it's not fake Chinese food. It's Chinese food. If you want to qualify expectations, then fair enough. Right. Fair enough. So if you come to me and you were expecting a Chinese person, then naturally I'm a fake Chinese person because I didn't meet your expectations of a Chinese person. Interesting. Unless you're gonna make a qualification. I'm gonna be super fair here. Maybe you're only talking about food. Fair enough. And you don't do it to people. That's fair enough. Because you already said you don't refer to people. You're not talking about people. It's okay to throw around phrases like fake Chinese food without affecting the people. Fair enough. Know that it's very hard for someone like me to appreciate someone who can say that very, very easily. Kawaii, kawaii, what the heck is this? Oh, so, ne? Ures. Oh, necklace. Necklace. Necklace.
ネックレス
Necklace. Kawaii necklace. Okay. Cute necklace. Fair enough.
ネック
Which necklace do you want?
ネックレス
Oh.
どの
Dono. Dono necklace.
か
Whoops.
かが欲しいです
Ga hoshi desu. Oh, this is kind of...
Ka.
yeah, I'm okay with this, I suppose. Yeah. I'm okay with this. I was looking for a different word or a different phrasing, but... Dono necklace ga hoshii desu ka? Takai プレゼント。
高いブラウスプレゼントブラウス
Is that a blouse? That's probably blouse.
Blouse.
We didn't get blouse yet. This is probably the next word. That sounds like blouse. Purasu. Yeah, sound kind of burasu. Yeah, burasu. Yeah, it sounds like blouse. It's probably blouse. A suit. Suits. That's pretty good. Suits.
スーツ
I mean, unless you want to emphasize the end, but suits. Okay.
スーツ
黄色いスーツ
Iroi suits. Oh. Iroi. Oh, we hadn't had yellow in a while. A yellow suit? Alright. I don't know about that, man. Okay.
何を着ますか
Nani o kimasu ka? Oh, kimasu. Not to be confused. Oh, I looked this up yesterday too, because I was kind of curious.
着ます
Yeah, kimasu for wear. Yeah, kimasu is a little bit weird. It has an overlap. Right, as the sun, I guess. Yeah, yellow suit. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone with a yellow suit. Maybe like a beige. Like an off yellow. I could see it, but like a full yellow suit? Who's pulled that off before? I'm trying to think it's something like you would find in like a Fallout or something, like a yellow hazmat suit. You know what I mean? Like a hazmat suit or something. or like a fight not even firefighters. Firefighters would probably have stripes, like yellow stripes. Or something bright, like a bright stripe of that. Heckin' yellow suit. Only if it's a company marketing suit? True. True. Complete marketing suit. Nani o kimasu ka? So what are you going to wear? Wait. Is this interpreted? It's kind of interpreted. Sort of. Yeah. So kimasu.
きます
Kimasu is there's some specialness going on here because we have an overlap, but since they introduced this, we do have the kanji for the other one. So by sheer order of introduction, right, it can't be confused with oh, did I miss a... Do I have one less stroke? It's yeah. So we can't get confused because of imasu of the kanji. Unless
きます
no. Akoi yellow again? What's up with this yellow stuff? I mean it's a t-shirt, it's fine.
T シャツ
T-shirts. Oh, kimasu.
綺麗なドレス
Kirei na dores. Okay. I remember dores was a issue way back. Kirei na. Okay, a beautiful using that's why it's
綺麗
new.
な
They're cycling through all the interpretations. We had pretty, we had clear, and now we're doing beautiful, huh? Okay, fair enough. Kirei na dores. Kirei na again dores, yeah.
Dores.
O kimasu. Would you consider that a dress? Yeah.
綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？綺麗な靴
Wait.
が欲しいですか？綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？
Kirei na kutsu ga hoshii desu ka?
緑のブラウス
Blouse. Yeah, this is probably blouse.
ブラウス
Blouse. Midore. Oh. Hey, midore no. Green. Midore no blouse. Blouse.
ブラウス
Blouse.
この綺麗なドレスも着ます。
Uh.
この高い
Oops.
高い
Where is it?
着ます着ます高い
Oh
高
my
い
gosh.
この綺麗なドレスも着ます。なドレス
Did you say
この綺麗なドレスも着ます。も着ます。
interesting? Oh, yeah. I see why. Yeah. Fair enough. I was like, wait. So, この綺麗なドレスも着ます。Two. I'm going to wear this pretty dress too.
白いジャケット
Shiroi. Wait, why is this new?
白い
Shiroi. Is it? They're highlighting new words, but I think they're so old. As in, like, all these are from section 1. I feel like all these are from section 1 that they're highlighting as new. Or if I want to do a deep cut, a super deep cut, why these are highlighted as new, like, aoi, you know, shiroi. And what else did they introduce already? You know, like yellow. The reason is probably midori, kiroi, kiroi, kiroi. Midori is because of the special. Midori is special. With the no, that might be it. I don't know. That's the only way I can really tell what they're trying to do, because they're very specific, and it's a grammar point actually. A guidebook actually said this. So this is actually a grammar point that's in Duolingo about colors. About colors. Interestingly enough, they didn't choose any of the colors, not midori. In the guidebook, they chose pink and purple to contrast each other. They used pink and purple as the example for the no. For using no. November 26, 2023 by Mahananda Sarko in suit. Yellow is the new suit color. Oh, interesting. Wow. That's the new trend, huh? Maybe Duolingo is trying to say something. Wow, 2023. That's a trend for yellow suit colors. I'll have to keep my eye out on yellow suit colors. I haven't ever witnessed someone with a yellow suit or even a blazer. Shiroi jacket. A white suit. I mean a white jacket is. I don't even know about a white jacket. Yeah, I can see a white jacket.
白いスカートはどうですか？
白いスカートはどうですか？あ、いいですね。Oh, いいですね。That's a solution for everything. This is what the other person was criticizing. Oh, Jamie, it was you, right? Yes, Jamie. You're here, Jamie. I did look up what you mean. So I did look behind that person, like the whole like what we talked about, like polyglot and stuff. And I get it, and it's probably true since most people talked about it too. Probably. I doubt it would make it at the accounting, banking, or law though. Yeah, man. Imagine walking into a courthouse with a yellow suit. Man, even Saul Goodman can't even pull that off. Wait, hold up. No, I don't think he's ever walked into a courthouse, even as a fictional character. Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad. I don't even think in that time he had a yellow suit on at any time, not even as a fictional character. He might have had like a yellow undershirt, possibly a yellow undershirt, but definitely not a yellow suit. He's got a lot of different color suits. I don't specifically recall he had a yellow one, and that's stretching it. Here he is, George. Oh, that dude always looked like he's wearing a raincoat. I always think that dude is like a ranger in a yellow raincoat.
白いブラウスはどうですか？
白いブラウスはどうですか? Okay, how about a blouse? So what? Actually, how about a white blouse? Okay, I'm gonna real talk though. My prescription, my glasses are really out of date, and I can definitely tell that my vision is depreciating in the last 7 years, because when I looked at this, it was very, very close to while. And for a microsecond, for like a millisecond, I thought, wait, I don't have that word but yet in Duolingo, but it's actually white. For like a millisecond, I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't the right word, and I'm like already clicking on it. I'm like, wait a minute, that's white, not while, because I can't. It's a little bit tough for me to make out the T, the lowercase t. It's time for a new prescription. How about a white blouse?
白いドレスはどうですか？
Ah, いいですね。A winter suit. Oh, clever. Very clever in bringing back seasons. Very clever. I haven't even thought about that phrasing.
これ
Oh, and they're bringing back demonstratives. Older demonstratives, too.
は冬の
Suits.
スーツですね。
Yeah, winter suit. Yep. A winter suit. A summer suit and a spring suit. You have suits can be made of different materials that are made to breathe better or like be warm. Like a wool suit is a winter suit. So you can have like very nice like heavy wool, like wool. The materials can change. Yeah. The only reason I know this is I kind of like watching fashion people. And not what I mean by fashion, I mean casual, like business people. So like there are content creators that tell you how to dress. Yeah, there are heavier and lighter wool content. And different weaves that block, like either keep you warm or more breathable material. So winter suit is definitely a thing. I don't own a winter suit. I actually only own one suit, and I can understand the real weirdness with a winter suit. Typically people would buy one or two suit, and it's like all season suit, in like a middle of the road all season suit, because suits are expensive, you know. これは冬のスーツですね。Do they still look sleek though? I've always just used a finer coat over it if it's cold. Yeah, they still do. It's very tough to actually... It's kind of difficult to tell because the pattern and the weave is what makes it look what it looks like. And then the material itself is pretty hard to distinguish until you feel it. The feel can be a great test. I have seen someone who wore suits. I've been around. Yeah, you can feel the difference. Yeah, the only way you can really tell. So it's definitely difficult to appreciate visually. Yeah, I have seen someone wear a winter suit before, and they are like just, it's blizzard outside and I'm pretty toasty. I'm like, that's kind of cool. I often I wear something over, much like you. I wear something over if it gets too cold. I actually gravitate on lighter suits and then just layer up, you know. Layer up. Layer up.
白い
白いブラウス。
ブラウス
ブラウスはどうですか？
どうですか？
Oh, what is this guy's name? Eddie. I like Eddie's character. So Eddie is paired up with Junior, the little kid. Eddie and Junior. Zadi, this is Zadi. Zadi is usually paired up with Lily. Duo is not really. What's wrong with your eyes, Duo? What? Is that supposed to be a wink? What, Duo? What is your eye? What is your right eye doing? Better not stare at that too much. you had to wear them when you were 22, and I had a job that required me to have suits every day, and I only had 8. Dude, a whole week's worth of suits though. That's great. I mean, that's a lot. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had a job that required me to wear a suit. I kept 1 or 2 suits for special occasions. Yep. I have your I don't even have a standard black suit anymore. Typically, you know, black suit, blue suit, and maybe a little bit more fun on the side as a base foundation. Like gray to, I have a teal gray suit, and a standard solid navy blue suit. You know. I think I'm too chunky now to fit in them though. I don't mean chunky as in fat. I mean chunky as in I don't think my arms fit in the sleeves anymore. Like I used to have like spaghetti arms, like really noodle arms, and now I think it's too tight around the like one day I'm gonna do this and then it's gonna rip the shoulder off or something. It's probably gonna rip the shoulder off. I'm probably gonna have to buy something for the next wedding I have to attend. Movie theater. So, eiga-kan. Yeah, eiga-kan.
映画館
Yeah, that makes sense. Eiga-kan.
あの映画館はちょっと。
Bringing back the wachotto. I don't really... We have 2 ways of expressing this to some extent. Slightly different, but I don't really like that movie theater over there. Ano eiga-kan wa chotto. I wouldn't be able to do it honestly. I like it for the first few months, and then I'll probably get tired of putting on a darn suit every day. It kind of makes you feel nice. I mean, you know, can't get them with a couple of pants choice, waistcoat, vest. So you could make a pant change. Oh, are you talking about my chunky comment, or are you talking about flipping them? We're talking about the shirt. Yeah, pants. I do business casual. There are ways to business casual to mismatch, you know. You could probably even get away with using some of your suit blazers with paired up with like a nice pair of chinos or something. 週末は映画館に行きます。
行きます。
We got 作ります、書きます and 読みます。Not very appropriate.
有名な監督。
監督 Don't know.
監督。
Director. I wouldn't have. Okay, kantoku. Interesting. 有名な監督. Kind of reminds me of conductor. 監督.
監督。
有名な監督の映画を見ます。
I'm creating memory aids. I'm not saying it is a borrowed word. I'm saying that's how I'm gonna remember 監督. 有名な監督の映画を見ます. Okay. Lots of old school vocabulary. We see Duolingo be doing Duolingo things. going, we're going to see a movie, a famous movie. A famous movie director. A famous movie director? You may not Kantoku. No. Oh. Famous director's movie. Oh, English. Oh, English. No, I mean, you can mix and match a bit so that A2... Yeah. Yep. You can often do a blazer with chinos. Yeah, or something which, yeah. Usually when I say black suit, a black suit, blue suit, and something fun is usually that's not 3 suits. It's... Well, it is 3 suits, but it's more than 3 outfits. Hence you do the foundations and you build from the foundations of your... And oftentimes black, blue, and possibly something gray, a little slightly fun. The black, blue forms the basis to mix and match, right? I do the same. I remember evening in Vietnamese because it's boy toy, or I call it... Oh my gosh.
おいしいホットドッグ。
ホットドッグ。Hot dog. Hot dogs. Hot dog.
ホットドッグ。
ホットドッグ。グ。ホットドッグ。It's time to give up on Japanese, guys. This is where I draw the line. I draw the line. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. But I don't know how I feel about this. Hototoku. No. Oh no. I guess you could separate them because it's hototoku. ホットドッグ。おいしいホットドッグ。Tasty hot dogs.
大きいホットドッグを食べます。大きいホットドッグを食べます。大きいホットドッグを食べます。
大きいホットドッグ。ホットドッグを大きいホットドッグを食べます。
彼氏はアメリカの監督が好きです。
Okay. This is Steven Spielberg. Sorry. これはアメリカのコメディ彼氏 sorry 彼氏はアメリカ I totally misread the first thing 彼氏はアメリカの監督が Oh 好きです Oh that okay that sentence went somewhere else I actually was thinking that it's gonna end way different than that but sure が好きです Sure my boyfriend likes American directors. That went, really I was not thinking it was Gaskidas. I thought they were gonna go with my boyfriend is an American director or like something else. Like a profession or something. Or descriptor.
デートで何をしますか？
デートで何をしますか? Oh, interesting. デートで。Oh, okay. Now this would be a reverse perspective. So it is really weird when we were talking about in a month, right? In the last unit, like in December. And this is why this feels weird, because of when we were using ni. But now this is interesting too. Like at a date, sort of speak. At a date, sort of speak. In the reverse feeling of weirdness. So what are you gonna do on a date, right? What are you gonna do on a date? I don't know how. I'm not sure if Japanese people find that weird. If it translates to what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do on a date? I suppose you can still go with on here. What I mean is from day. Hot dog. Wait, are you serious? You're just gonna eat hot dogs? Hot dog. I mean, it could be like some luxurious hot dog, I suppose. Hot dogを食べます。
コーラとポップコーン。
ポップコーン。ポップコーン。Wait, コーラ。コーラ。コーラ。コーラとポップコーン。Alright. Oh, popcorn. Popcorn. Okay. Cola to popcorn. You think I'd be used to saying popu at this point, like J popu and K popu or popusu, right? Popusu. But nah, it's still kind of weird. Popcorn.
popcorn.
Popcorn. Ega. Oh, hey. No, huh? Yeah. Oh no, wait, maybe not. No, yeah. No here. Ega. Oh no, never mind. Just kidding. Ega-kan. Forgot. Right. I was thinking of a subject. Ega-kan de 一緒にポップコーンを食べます。I guess.
食べます。
会います。話します。and 書きます。Right.
甘いポップコーンを食べます。
We've been sweet. Wait.
甘い
Sweet popcorn? I don't know how I feel. I can see it. Like salted caramel popcorn, dude. Delicious. 甘い
ポップコーン
ポップコーンを
食べます。甘いポップコーンを食べます。
ポップコーンを食べます。
席を予約しますか?
Oh, hey, that's hiragana. And that's a predicate. 予約 No idea. What is 予約? 予約します Reserve. Another pseudo link. So seki, way to bring back seki. We only had one use of seki and it was kind of weird. It was like a train seat. Oh yeah, largely train seat. Seki was introduced with benri, convenient. So they had to pigeonhole convenient into describing a seat. 席を予約します。予約します。予約します。予約しますか？
席を予約しますか？
Yeah, 予約しますか? Okay. So, are you going to reserve seats? Fair enough. We just... Okay.
席
It's the reverse. Seki を
予約します
予約します
か
which ticket? 切符 チケット Okay. When? Oh, clever. Oops.
いついついついつ
This was object.
いついついつ チケットいつを予約しますか
いつチケットを予約しますか Yeah. 予約しますかいつチケットを予約しますか Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Go ahead.
Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Okay. Oh, hey! This is animated now. This is new. It's animated. It didn't do this before. It was stationary. It was a static element. Nice. Okay. Sorry. Moving right along. Steak. Steaky.
ステーキ
Not to be confused with steaky. Steaky. Not to be confused with steaky. 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 Or biru. Biru. Is that wine? Wine. Wine. Oh, no, that's wa. Wine. Yeah, wine. Okay. Wine.
ステーキ
Steaky.
ステーキを食べます
Steaky を食べます We eat, or I guess we're going to eat steak. Yeah, so this is what I mean by they're shifting. Because in the beginning, if you're using Duolingo in the beginning, right, the answer would be we eat steak. right? We eat steak is where it all started. But since now it's further down the line, they're slowly introducing the other ways of being able to interpret it, because it's not we are going to eat steak, because you can say that too. It actually means both, depending on context. Since this is contextless, right? Contextless most of the time and whatnot. They're trying to provide context by using pattern association.
ワイン
Wine.
甘いワイン。
Amai wine. Sweet wine.
素敵なケーキ
Oh. they threw it
素
in.
敵な
Okay. All right. This is technically how are they using this?
素敵な
Steaky na. Steaky na, we already know this is a na. And we already used lovely, nice, and not cute though. We didn't use this as cute. And obviously this is another duo thing, right? I just talked about steaky, right? Not to be confused with steaky. Steaky is this exactly. And this is a duo thing. They obviously are going to put in steaky if you got steaky. And they're obviously going to put in cupcake and keiki, kare, things like things that do this. Although less kare because it doesn't end in ki. So I would not be surprised to see like cupcake to get you the idea of like, here's the key. There's lots of key things at the end. So it's very deliberate. It's happened so many times. They deliberately put these kind of sounds and stuff together to kind of make it harder, I guess, or make you see the subtle difference by association. But yeah, steaky na keiki instead of steaky, right? Or like steaky na steaky, right? Steaky na steaky. To say lovely steak or a lovely steak. Steaky na not dinner day. Oh, it's a location. De tabemasu. Restaurant. Yeah. Restaurant.
レストラン
Restaurant. What do we have? Gardening. Yeah, gardening. Fiction. And no. Oh, elevator. My, that's a very lovely elevator we're eating at. We're eating at a very lovely elevator.
素敵なレストランに行きます
Steaky na restaurant ni ikimasu. Okay. We're going to technically you could say the lovely restaurant. Really, but I don't know if they're gonna accept this. I don't want to test it for science right now. A lovely restaurant.
誕生日の歌
Uta, song. Tanjobi. Uta is because of os, but song, uta. Tanjobi no uta. Birthday song. Nice. Very appropriate.
歌
素敵な誕生日の歌。
Steaky na tanjobi no uta? Something. Wait. That wasn't even a sentence. Okay.
素敵なの
Wait.
の素敵な誕生日の歌。
Yeah. 誕生日。
誕生日の歌。
素敵な誕生日の歌。素敵な誕生日の歌。
高いレストランに行きますか？高い。
I don't know why this is new
高
either.
い。
I guess. Oh, higher.
高い。
Oh, instead of tall, higher, expensive, pricey. I think every time they switch back, they highlight it again. So the last time takai was used, last time takai was used as expensive. So I don't know why it's new here. Or pricey. Huh. Takai restaurant ni ikimasu ka? Are you going to an expensive restaurant?
高いワインは美味しいですか？高い。
Something.
高いワインは美味しいですか？
Oh, wine.
ワインは美味しいですか？
高いワインは美味しいですか？高いワインは美味しいですか？高いワインを飲みます？
飲みます。
飲みます。Oh, パソコン。
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 誕生日。
Oh no. Oh no. ポップコーン。
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 バ
歌。
高い水と安いワイン。Where are you?
高い。
い水と
安い。
安い
ワイン。
No des. No des. We're going to eat steak. ステーキを食べます。I guess. Feels so naked.
デート。ステーキを食べます。
Feels so barren. These statements are so barren.
おしゃれな店でプレゼントを買います。
Okay, that's a little bit more like it. I'm going to buy a stylish present. Wait, おしゃれな店で Oh, I'm going to buy a present at a stylish store. Fair enough. おしゃれな店でプレゼントを買います。この青いドレス、スカート、コーヒー。Okay.
スカートは
スカートはかわいいですね。かわいい。Whoops, I said かわいい。かわいいですね。
高いワインは美味しいですか？
高いワインは美味しいですか？ Is expensive wine tasty? 彼女はおしゃれな人です。
人。
Introducing our 人。
綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？
綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？ Do you want pretty clothing? Shoes. Sorry. Pretty shoes. Utsu. 綺麗なドレス。
ドレス。
ドレスを着ます。
それは古いブラウスですか？
それは古いブラウスですか？ is that an old blouse?
優しい彼女。
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 showing that's a not a na.
白いドレスはどうですか？
白いドレスはどうですか？あ、いいですね。
おしゃれな帽子。
おしゃれな帽子。Okay. Where are you?
おしゃれな帽子。
デートで何をしますか？
デートで何をしますか？ What are you gonna do? That doesn't look like you're doing much there. これは、wait. これは、私のバス、wait. バス、ポルト wait. Passporto. Oh, sorry. Passporto. Yes. Wow. Katakana, please. Send help. Skina. Ooh. Skina ga. Skina kan. Wait. Skina kanto. Wait. Tsukina. Ega. Ima. Oh. Wait. 好きな監督の映画を見ます。Okay. They threw in the 好きな as well. Watch my favorite. Watch a movie by my favorite director, or my favorite director's movie. Sure. Or however you want to phrase it. But we're going to see our favorite director's movie.
花さん、彼氏は優しい人ですか？花さん、彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Okay.
花さん。彼氏は
Here it's 好きな Wait.
花さん、彼氏は優しい人ですか？
Oh, 優しい。
優しい人ですか？
Alright, kanji time.
Get more with super.
No, not right now. I let you play it once. It's fine. I'm pretty sure Hito is the one, right? It's just Hito? Oh my gosh.
人
What the?
人
Oh, that's not what I thought
人
it looks like.
人
Wait, I'm so confused.
人
Is this
Hito.
really what Hito is
Hito.
like?
人
Whoa. That's way different. That's way different than what it looks like. Okay. I'm not so sure about this one, guys.
人
人
人
Oops.
人
人
It's a little further to the left and a lot more asymmetrical than I thought. Wait, what's happening? Okay. Interesting. There are other... So, what is this? Oh, it's I see.
10月
I see why they put 10月。
10
I mean, it's not that close.
父来月
来月。7月。
7月10月人10月10月10月私
7月人
10
10
月
月
9
9
月
月
人
父
8
8
月
月人7月10
10月
月Okay.
10月人7月来月10月父
人、
人、
人
人、
人
I wouldn't have thought hito looks like that.
人
Kind of looks symmetrical to me.
人
人、
人、
人
人、人、
人、
Introducing
Now, right now. Okay.
人、
人
Oops.
人
人、
人
人、
All right, all right. We fill that in. Numbers, more numbers. Nomimas. Oh, another mono. And hyaku. So we have more numbers with hyaku. Interesting. All right. Oh, let's do these exercises. Yeah. What do we got? Kakimasu.
書きます
So toxic.
書きます。
書きます
書きます。
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 書きます書きます
書きます
書きます。
Get more with
Don't tell me you're being goal oriented right now. Listen. Don't goal orient me. I'll show you some goal oriented.
は月曜日8月
8月
8
8
時
時
水曜日日本8
8
月
月
月曜日。
曜日曜日
月
月
曜日
8月、
Oh, they use the old one. Okay. 来月月曜日 I see why they did that. 日本
8月
8月
火曜日
Okay.
31
31
日
日12月12月31日40分
40分
あ、15分。
31
31
日
日。
12
12
月
月。Whoops。あ、
木
木曜
曜日
日。
12月
え
31日。
10
Whoops
13
31
11
日。
日
12月。
10 15分。
15分水
水
曜日
曜日。
12
12
月
月。Oops
31
31
日
日。
火曜日
火曜日。
Get more with
Not right now.
31日
Okay. 3つ。
31日
え
み
え
31日
31日。
3つ
3つ。31日。水曜日。3。3つ。
月曜日3つ3つ31日400 1つ
うん。
3つ12 31日31 2 3
3
つ
つ。
水
水
曜日
曜日。
何曜日
31
31
日
日。
おう、3000。
3000 3つ3つ
Okay. Okay. Sure.
日曜日3つ31日7 15分
Okay. What else we got? 作ります。Oh. Wait. Oh. I missed type.
作ります。
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 F.
作ります。
F-E. F-E.
作ります。
作ります。
作ります。作ります。
作ります。
え、
何時何時間
え、sure.
何時時間何時間8
8
時
時
何回
何回
何曜
Whoops.
曜漢字
何時
G? Wait, G.
何時
何時間
何回4
4
時
時
何時間何時4時間
4時間え2回何時間
何時間
え
2回
はい
何時間2回時間12
12 400
2回2回
え
金何2回2何時間 2回。4時間。11。900。何時間。何時間。500。2000。何時間。4時間。2回。2回。900。4時間。何時間。日本。2回。
Okay. Oh, we still have some time. Okay. 4時間。4時間。4つ。
4時間。4時。
4つ。
4つ。
4時間。
4時間。4時間。
Okay.
4時間。4つ。
Okay.
4時間。
4。
4つ。
4000。400。
4つ。4つ。4つ。4時間。1回。1時半。東京。4時間。4時間。4つ。400。40分。
40分。
4時間。
4000。
4つ。4つ。4。4つ。9分。4時間。水。
I got some time. Let's go.
何時？何時間？何回？時間？8時。何時？何時間？
何時？
何時？
何時間
？4時間。何時間？何時？4時。何回？
作ります。作ります。
作ります。
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 作ります。作ります。
作ります。
All right. In 15 minutes. Let's get back to our lesson. Now, this is going to be the review of the first half.
人。
お。
人。人。
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
彼女、デート。
彼女
のデート。
デートに
something.
彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
Just kidding.
誕生日に
デート に
行きます。彼女の誕生日にデートに行きます。
Short.
金曜日に彼氏とデートに行きます。
Okay.
映画を見ます。そして晩ご飯を食べます。
Oh, that's kind of cute. Dinner and movie? Dinner and movie date plans? 金曜日に、彼氏とデートに行きます。映画を見ます。そして晩ご飯を食べます。Right. Then we eat dinner. So on Friday, I'm going on a date with my boyfriend, right? We're gonna watch a movie, then afterwards, then we're gonna eat dinner. Dinner and a movie. Nice.
彼氏の誕生日にデートに行きます。彼氏の誕生日にデートに行きます。彼氏の誕生日にデートに行きます。
私の彼女はとても優しい人です。いつも友達の誕生日にケーキを作ります。
Baking cakes. That's kind of inferred. Baking cakes. 作ります。Right. ケーキを作ります。私の彼女はとても優しい人です。That's kind of nice to say. いつも友達の誕生日にケーキを作ります。She always makes cakes or bake cakes for friends' birthdays. She's a very nice person. Okay.
彼女
は彼女はwhat are we going for again? It was
元気
right. 元気
な人です。
Yeah, 元気な人です。Something, someone, some 彼女はとても元気な人です。Okay.
彼女は
彼女は
優しい人です。
東京新聞金曜日は私の誕生日です。Nice. Friday is my birthday.
バレ
誕生日
レッスンミーティングプリンター人
8月
12月
食べ物
10月新しい彼氏 No, just kidding. Yeah. 新しい Oh, I haven't even considered you can put 新しい like this. I don't know about this.
新しい
新しい彼氏は Genki na hito desu.
元気
Okay. I remember having a discussion about this. I don't know about this phrasing. I'm gonna have to check this for usage. This is a usage question mark right here. I remember someone making a big, like a, it's probably Hideyoshi, making kind of a funk about atarashi. I don't know about this one. This one's a little bit of a question mark. Atarashi kareishi wa genki na hito desu. This might be a usage, questionable usage.
私も優しい彼氏が欲しいです。
私も優しい彼氏が欲しいです。Okay. I can get behind that. Two? Okay. Sure. I want a nice boyfriend too. Sure. 彼氏はとても元気な人です。おいしいものが大好きです。Oh, okay, it's just an unrelated phrase. I'm like, what are you gonna say about delicious coming from having saying wow, these are unrelated. I was not ready for this one. I'm like, what are you gonna say about your boyfriend that involves tasty? Just two separate statements. Is your boyfriend a nice person? But that's an interesting question that you would pose to someone.
彼氏
は優しい人ですか? Where are you going on a date with? Who are you going on a date with? Okay. 誰とデートに行きますか? 誰とデートに行きますか? Okay.
おしゃれな帽子
明日はケンさんの誕生日です。プレゼントを買いましょう。何を買いましょうか?
What are they gonna buy for Ken's birthday? There you go. Ken's birthday present. Yeah, these ones, I don't know. They can be longer. I think I'm more or less comfortable with a paragraph, at least, even without the text. Okay. 明日はケンさんの誕生日です。誕生日。明日はケンさんの誕生日です。プレゼントを買いましょう。何を買いましょうか? What are we gonna buy? Should we buy? What should we buy?
かわいいネックレス。
かわいいネックレス。
この青い腕時計はとても素敵ですね。いくらですか?
Okay, they're shopping. Sure. この青い Wait. Yeah. 青い No. What? That's weird. Wait. Oh, watch. Wait, no. Aoi, yeah. Ude, oh man, watch. Ude looks so... Ude do doke. udedoke looks so weird. Okay. Kono aoi udeoke udenoke. Udedoke wa totemo steiki desu ne. Okay. Ikura desu ka? That took like an act of Congress to get that out of my get out of my mouth. Udedoke. Kono aoi udedoke to no wa totemo steiki desu ne. Ikura desu ka?
彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？は、どんな
wait, what?
彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？
udedoke.
腕時計。が好きですか？
そう。彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？
彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？
Okay. 彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？ what kind of watch? What kind of watch does your girlfriend like? それは青い something ドレスです。Fair enough.
新しい
necklace. No, necktie. Ooh, necktie. Oh, they totally threw that in. They totally did that on purpose. I can put in necktie next to necklace. Ah, man. Yeah, I get baited all the time by Duolingo. They totally did that intentionally. 新しいネクタイを買います。おしゃれなネクタイです。
おしゃれ。
Sure. おしゃれな腕時計を買います。おしゃれ。Today I woke up quickly because I'm heading to the N5 exam. Good luck, Ishab. Good luck. No, need it. Crush it out.
おいしい。
No. Wait. チョコミント。No. チョコレート。
おいしい。
おいしいチョコレートを買います。
おしゃれ
なネックレス。Yeah, ネックレスも買います。Oh, that makes a little bit more sense. When they put in the mo, that's fine. They're like connected by mo. You know what the N5 exam is? I do know what the N5 exam is. I actually took some mock exams. It's pretty okay. Not too bad. The N5 exam. At least from the mock questions. Is there a reason you're taking N5 exam? eShop officially. Oh, it's for a student visa. Nice. Wait. Are you there now? Or are you going there and you're applying for a visa? Is it like a visa renewal or what do you have? Is this your first visa? Oh, I'm so excited for you. Yeah. Hope you pass. Get that visa. It's awesome. Kiji. At Lotus. Heckin' Lotus. Heckin' Kiji. Karaoke.
カラオケ
Urogu.
ブログ
Piano.
ピアノ
Presento.
プレゼント
Presento. This is your first attempt. If I fail today, I will reapply for N5 exam in a year. Okay. There are 6 exams available. I see. Okay. Yeah, good luck. How do you feel right now about it? If I may ask. If it's not too inconvenient to think about it.
高い。
高いネックレス。
ネックレス。
ネックレスを買います。ミーティング誕生日
ネ
ックレスプレゼント腕時計 Why did you sound so weird? 腕時計
高い
高いプレゼントプレゼント高いプレゼント You're just relaxing because I'll apply for the April intake. Visa applications are processed in September and October, so there's plenty of time for the exam. Fair enough.
彼女の誕生日のプレゼントを買います。
Okay. I'm going to buy my girlfriend birthday buy彼女の my girlfriend's good old English. 彼女の誕生日のプレゼントを買います。Good old English. I want to buy my girlfriend. Yeah, my girlfriend's birthday present. Okay. Yes. 誕生日のプレゼント. The blue flag is very nice, isn't it? Oh, are they breaking out the E desu ne? Yeah, they are. 青い帽子はとてもいいですね. In the N5 exam, we need to know 120 and I know 50. I hope I pass. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Oh, 50 versus 120. Good luck. Good luck. Aoi. 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 Why are you so perky? Zadi, that's even more too perky for you. Aoi. Boshi. Where's Boshi? Doko desu ka? Wait, am I blind? Oh, kaban. I was thinking of hat. Not a bag. I was thinking of a hat. Aoi boshi. Kaban. Kaban wa ii desu ne. Oh, totemo. Totemo ii desu ne. Aoi kaban wa totemo ii desu ne. I kept looking for a hat, but it's a bag.
青い
青いカバン
カバンを買います。
Alright, we're good. きれいなネックレス。Wait, is it re or ru? ネックレス。Yeah, ネックレス。きれいなネックレス。ネックレスを買います。
白いブラウスはどうですか？
白いブラウス
はどうですか？白いブラウスはどうですか？
How about this white blouse? レッスンパソコンスーツミーティングブラウス
何を着ますか？
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 I feel like I've heard this phrase before a lot of times in anime, and when I heard it, it was easy to say because I've heard this a bunch of times already. 何を着ますか？
今日はデートに行きます。綺麗なブラウスと赤いジャケットを着ます。
Okay. A jacket. Wait. I guess a pretty outfit that works too. Definitely not a dress. Or a lovely hat. 今日はデートに行きます。華麗なブラウスと赤いジャケットを着ます。Yeah, neither a hat nor a dress, but a pretty outfit nonetheless. Did that rhyme? Not a hat nor a dress, but a pretty outfit nonetheless.
かわいいブラウスを着ます。かわいい
ブラウス
を着ます。
その白いスーツはちょっと、あのおしゃれな黒いスーツはどうですか？
He's helping a friend find a suit or choose an outfit. That's fine. Choose an outfit works. Specifically a suit, but that's fine. No details on what the suit is for. Not finding a date or making dinner specifically though. Sono, and he doesn't like white suits. Or doesn't like that white suit. その白いスーツはちょっとおしれな白いスーツはどうですか？ So maybe he doesn't like that white suit, but maybe this suit? How about this suit? Sure.
綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？綺麗な
欲しい？ Wait.
綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？ 靴が欲しいですか？綺麗な靴が欲しいですか？
Yeah, 靴。きれいな靴が欲しいですか？うん。このブラウスはとても綺麗です。Works. このブラウスは綺麗ですね。綺麗ですね。この綺麗な、
綺麗な
comparing the two. この綺麗なブラウスを着ます。Nice. Compare the non-adjectives, right? Make sure that it's a non-adjective. 白いドレスを着ます。Works. Short. これは Oh, another na comparison. Just to drill it home. これは綺麗なジャケットですね。ジャケットも綺麗です。白いジャケット。
白いジャケット。
ジャケット。
これは冬のスーツですね。
これは冬のスーツですね。This is a winter suit, isn't it? What kind of suit is it? A winter suit. Didn't you hear? It's a winter suit. 冬のスーツ。Okay.どんなスーツ
ですか？
Yep, that's it.
このおしゃれなスーツはどうですか？
このおしゃれ、oh, I keep saying shara. No, このおしゃれな、yeah, I'm skipping, I'm like combining re and na together. このおしゃれな、このおしゃれなスーツはどうですか？ How about this suit? Ooh, tabun. They could. This stylish suit. They could throw in tabun. Okay.
白い
ブラウスは
どうですか？
They grouped it all together. Short.
このところ
That's not it.
白い
白い
コート
That's not
コ
it.
ート
Oh yeah, it
コ
is.
ートはどうですか？
I was looking for jacket, but coat.
甘いポップコーンを食べます。
甘いポップコーンを食べます。Yes.
甘いポップコーンを食べます。
その有名な監督の新しい映画が楽しみです。チケットを予約します。
What we do next? What's the competition in Diamond like? Low key. There are very, very sussy macroers, so that's about it. Let's just say there's a guy that has 3 times my score, my lifetime score in one day. Obviously, it's a macro. If not, lowest effort would be a macro. You can still sit there manually entering macros to make it seem acceptable, right? It's a very big known thing. In like once you get to the end, right? Sono yume na監督の新しい映画 Oh, it's so hard to read. 新しい映画が楽しみです. Okay, you're looking forward to. Guess we're reserving a movie ticket. チケット oh yeah. 予約します. Yeah, reserve.
予約します。予約し
ます。
今日チケットを予約します。今日
チケットを
予約します。
予約します。映画館で What are we doing? Popcorn? Is that No, it's hot dog. Oh my gosh. Hot dog. Wait. Let me hear.
ホットドッグ。
ホットドッグ。ホットドッグ。を食べます。What kind? おいしい works.
いつチケットを予約しますか？いつチケットを
buy? No.
予約します。
予約します
か？いつチケットを予約しますか？
いつチケットを予約しますか？たくさんポップコーンを食べます。
映画館の大きいホットドッグは1000円です。
Okay.
映画館のホットドッグは
Wait.
大きいです。
No way.
映画館の大きいホットドッグは1000円です。
Oh.
1000円です。
Okay.
映画館の大きいホットドッグは1000円です。
Dang. I went somewhere else. I was thinking something else. 映画館の大きいホットドッグは1000円です。ホットドッグは1000円です。今日映画館に行きます。Probably. Yeah, 行きます works.
いつチケットを予約しますか？
この監督の映画は面白いです。
Okay, sure. This director's movie are interesting. Yes. この監督の映画は面白いです。Yeah. This director's movies are interesting. おいしいホットドッグ。
おいしい ホットドッグ
Did you just say boo? I swear you just said boo.
有名な監督の映画を見ます。
有名な監督の映画を見ます。Okay, sure. We are going to see a famous director's movie. Where? Yeah, I know. I always get the where. I get the contractions last because I don't contract. Don't worry, I got it. It happened a couple times already today. I get contractions last because I'm terrible at contractions. In English, I'm terrible at reading contractions. Thanks for the heads up. The movie theater's expensive popcorn. 映画館の高いポップコーン。Yes.
映画館の高いポップコーン。
ポップコーン。
コーラとポップコーン。
コーラ、wait. コーラ、oh yeah, コーラとポップコーン。Okay, sure. Okay.
彼氏
はアメリカの監督が好きです。監督が好きです。They just forced me to say popcorn and hatotoku, hatotoku all the time.
ホットドッグ
Oh, so I keep saying hot. Hototoku, hototoku, hototoku.
を食べます。
Oh, tabun. Nice.
多分
Okay. Tabun, hototoku o tabimasu. Ugh. 小さい映画館に行きます。Wait, I don't see.
小さい
Duolingo, what is this? What is this? Hello? Whoops. What is this? Where is this? Why? Why you do this? Okay, I'm done. Sorry. Emotional outbursts contained. Okay.
映画館に行きます。
One more lesson for the day. Not too bad. Early day. I even got in a digression today. That's kind of neat.
レストランで高いケーキを食べます。
I could work harder and longer. Can I see? Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, we haven't started the lesson. We'll probably pass this guy at some point. No, it's not this. Look. No, this guy can go higher than that. Actually, this is not the highest in this person's chart. 7 days ago there was one that was like 60,000 in one day. This guy's slacking off, actually. It's kind of funny. The reverse situation is how I feel most of the time. In the reverse situation when it's off scaled. But no, macro. This guy's macroing, obviously. Or at minimum macroing. At minimum macroing. You gotta do what you gotta do. Whatever your goals are, right?
高いワインは美味しいですか？
Takai
美味しい。
oishi wa what the?
高いワインは美味しいですか？
Oh, wine.
美味しい。ワイン
Wine
は
は
美味しいで
oishi
すか？
Tanjobi no uta. Ooh. We also get utaimasu. Oh, utaimasu. 2 units ago.
誕生日の歌を歌います。
素敵なレストランに行きます。素敵。
レ
ストラン
に行きます。
な。
素敵なレストランに行きます。This unit we also got steaky, but steaky. But no. Oh, there it is. Right on cue, Duolingo. Steak. Yes. No, we got steaky too.
ステーキ
ステーキ
を食べます。
このレストランはとてもいいですね。ステーキが美味しいです。いろいろなワインもあります。
She's recommending a place to eat. このレストランはとてもいいです。Excuse me. とてもいいですね。ステーキが美味しいです。いろいろな A great way to throw in いろいろなワインもあります。Very nice. Very nice. ステーキ素敵な誕生日の歌。
ここはとても素敵なレストランですね。でもこのワインは少し高いです。
They're looking at a expensive or a nice restaurant. Yeah, steaky. Yeah, that was my joke when it first popped up. That was my joke. When they introduced steaky, I was like, the next prompt, it's probably not to get mixed up with steaky. And then the next prompt was steaky na keiki. I was like, yeah, they probably put in something that kind of reminds of iki, right? So they actually chose keiki. I'm like, well, they could have went the whole 9 yards and said steaky na steaky. Duolingo do be doing Duolingo things. ここはとても素敵なレストランですね。ここはとても素敵なレストランですね。Sure. でも、wait. Yeah, でも、nice. でも、このワインは、ちょっと高いです。That's a great way to stick in some vocabulary right there. でも。Oh!
でも。
Hey! They changed the meaning as well. Yeah, this is more of the meaning. They were using demo as though or although,
demo,
in my opinion, and we talked about it a couple of times. But this, it's highlighted by but, however, and neither. Interesting. Yeah. Akai wine o nomimasu. Nomimasu works. Let's go. Uta. Steaki.
ステーキ。ピアノ。
Fashion.
ファッション。
Fashion. Fashion.
生地。
レストランって、what are we doing? 大きいmaybe 大きいステーキを食べます。Sure. Big steak. カラオケ。
ひらがな。
ファッション。
No. Fashion. Yeah. Fashion. ステーキ。
ブログ。
What does that even mean? I don't know the marking. Interesting. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Blue. レストランって誕生日の歌を歌います。Yeah, 歌います。Just thought it's funny because it's only all sounds. Oh, okay. But you don't. What does it mean? Chasing the phoenix that covers Eastern Europe. All right. as long as it's a sentence, I'm okay with it. No, wait. No. At least it's a sentence is what I'm trying to say. No, I'm not okay with a sentence. Do not. No. Don't you dare. 素敵なレストランに行きます。美味しいワインを飲みます。Sure.
美味しい。
高いレストランに行きますか？
高いレストランに行きますか？ Are you going to an expensive restaurant?
素敵
なレストランで大きいステーキを食べます。
大きい。
Expensive water. Oh no. There's some deep cuts on that.
高い。
高い水と
素敵。安い
ワイン。
デート。ワイン。
I just click on anything. Expensive water, yeah, like mineral water or sparkling water or I don't know, the fancy stuff, you know, the ones that are like $5 a bottle, you know? The mineral water, aka tap water. I'm just kidding, not tap water. 誕生日の歌。
誕生日の歌。
Okay. Although I do have aspirations to stay in the top 3. So I either smash this guy out on my free time or stay in the top 3. We gotta stay in the top 3 at least, right? What are the chances of bumping into 3 scripters? I don't know. I think I'm over this now. I'm a bit over the league thing now. Although there's something above this. There's like a diamond tournament. But I think it only takes like the first. So they're all probably macro users by the time you do that. So no sense in worrying about that stuff anymore. Okay, yeah, that's a wrap. That's a wrap today. We got I liked what I talked about today. I think I kind of like what I said today. I wanted to encourage people to understand, in my opinion, that a lot of times on the internet, there's a lot of particular material and then a lot of less of a material. And I kind of like to highlight where to look for this material. But I think the message that I really wanted to communicate is that if you know what can get you to do things and get to learn things and stuff, you know what to look for then. So like, if you understand how you get yourself motivated to do things, happy to do it, learn things, and then you keep incorporating new ideas and testing, you can incorporate new ideas when you know what you're good at, right? And then you know your strengths and weaknesses and evaluation. I didn't talk about most of these things, but really it's self-evaluation. And then when you get self-evaluation, you can look for materials online. There's such a wealth of knowledge, but a lot of times when people offer advice, they're offering advice based on their own experience. So you have to determine if that person's advice is based on your own experience too, as in you and that person shares accurate, empathetical, resonating standards. Providing advice by assuming that other person is the same is an arrogant way and a prideful way of prescribing something. However, the internet has a lot of content creators with wealth of knowledge. So if you know what you're looking for and what you need to experience with, like where you can experiment and also know what you need, when you know what you need accurately, you can get that and then you can continue to experiment. Sometimes people think that they're doing something new only to be doing something they always do without self-awareness. So a lot of times learning comes with the idea that you're ever evolving, but you also have to be aware of what your habits are. If you stick to your comfort zone, that's perfectly fine as long as you accurately know, but know that you're not developing or learning or growing. So if you know exactly what you need to do to get the progress you want, that's great. And then because you know that, you can welcome new ideas and new experiments. At least that's in my opinion. That was a little short summary of what I said today, but yeah. Anyways, that's a wrap for day 65. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out, folks. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. You know, find what works for you. Enjoy your hobbies. Get your work done. Try to work on a net positive lifestyle that keep you happy for as long as you can be. Reach for the stars, and as always, また明日。じゃあね。